We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd. I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
Yo, I don't even care if you lit or you high. Airplanes are literally littering in the sky. While you're twittering the little kids in the video live. We spending these ends with the pyramid. I'm fucking serious. This is no time to question me, period. Now I'm furious, about to redo this chick's interior. If I appear to her as inferior, then she's delirious and not a period. Just throw them hands in the air and wave them shit high. If you're on my team, if you're on my team, then scream. Just scream real loud, throw your hands up in the air. If you're on my team, I used to see anticipation dripping from your freaking face, written in 15 different languages. It was amazing, kid. Nowadays the shit looks like it's missing its radiance. It's all been erased and stripped from our relationship. Your face is sick, like I just made you lick a contagion, growing impatient. Your days eclipsed by an alien. The way your skin smelled way back then, I'm inhaling, now I'm flailing like the assailant that you impaled in. Now I'm exhaling. Next, I guess I'll just check the tail end of the failed friendship we had way back, like a whale fin. And now the elephants in the room, and they pale in comparison to the pain I'm sharing, and it's embarrassing. About to get the kerosene and burn up everything you shared, and then up in flames. This is not a fucking game. Yo, there it went, there it went. It's embarrassing, but yo, I don't even care if you lit or you high. Airplanes are literally littering in the sky. While you're twittering the little kids in the video live. We spending these ends with the pyramid. I'm fucking serious. This is no time to question me, period. Now I'm furious, about to redo this chick's interior. If I appear to her as inferior. Then she's delirious and not a period. Just throw them hands in the air and wave them if you're on my team. If you're on my team, then scream. Just scream real loud if you're on my team. Then scream. Just scream real loud.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the mudmob zone.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet-like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farm.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Is that a party here?
Ho, ho, ho.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon. Shoot the moon! No, not out there on the microphone. On the microphone. Shoot.
What are we gonna do tonight, Cinch Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The earth's a center. The sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comments. I know you want it. Just leave another use of comment. NASA lost it. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it? Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it? Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it? Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it? You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. The globe is munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew. Don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids and asteroids too. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
We are live. All right. What's up, John? What's up, Singe? Can you hear me? How we doing tonight? Hanging in there? Who do we got? Let me put the chat on the screen. Boom, baby. Wow, a lot of people here tonight. All right. Drew Duncan. FE Nation. What up? Julio Lua. Got it right that time. Valley Pie.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, 100%. Singe.
This hour is brought to you by Verizon. Can you hear me now?
Sherry Ives. Hi ho. Yeah, what's up?
But it's not Verizon anymore. It's the Mandela effect. Now it's something else.
Hi ho. Valley Pox. Did I forget anybody?
There's the Warriors, who I hail Warriors.
Drew Duncan. If I forgot you, I did it on purpose. All right, so take it personally. Get butthurt.
If you see a troll, if you see something, say something. If you see a troll, say something. If you see something, say anything.
Just silence.
Also, if you are listening to this, you are the resistance. Yes. And one more thing I have to say is party on Wayne and party on Waynettes.
Flat Earth Farm. What up? Daryl Davis.
There's John Keeley in the house.
John Keeley. John Keeley, your hair looks good tonight, dude. What did you do? Did you do something to it?
Holy
What's going on?
Shit.
You're having a great hair day, aren't you?
You have a great hair day. That's
oh shit.
3 blue hearts. What's that mean? What symbolism is that? I'm kidding.
So
the world is run by signs and symbols. right?
So, what me and
Who
John
said
Kelly,
that? Me just a second ago.
So me and John Kelly were having a conversation the other night on the phone, and we were talking about how flat Earth brought us closer to the Creator, you know. And you know, I see some channels. I kind of got my feelings hurt. One of the channels that I love so much, and I'm not going to say the name. Why does flat Earth matter? That's what they said 3 times, not just once, 3 times. Flat Earth brought this person to where he is today. He wouldn't be where he is without the flat Earth. But also, it really hurt me because there were so many newbies in the chat, women, you know, and they're like, they don't know, you know, they're like, what does it matter? Well, it does matter. It makes a big difference. And so go ahead, John. I digress.
Once you understand we don't live on a spinning ball with curved water, you're able to give me a second, I forgot.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. If it's like you make poor decisions in life if you don't know that you came from the Creator. I think. If you think that you came from a endless galaxy and you're a speck of dust and you evolved from a monkey fish frog, you're gonna make poor decisions in life, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
Now I remember. Yeah, they want to keep knowledge is power. And they want to keep us dumb and not knowing the truth. And so once you you know, what's the, you know, why the reason for knowing is so I can't speak right now. Go ahead, please take over.
Me? All right.
I'm brain farting right now.
Oh, let me see. I got something.
One other question that she asked, and a lot of people ask this question, and I think it's a good question, so we're going to also address it really quick. So she goes, I'm on board with many things. There are still questions I have, but I can definitely see why there are so many flat earthers. The question her husband gave her, however, is, if it's true, does it change how I live my life? For me, I have to say no. It would be nice if it's true for the government to acknowledge and stop charades. However, I find it really hard, especially knowing someone that works for NASA and his job is to get new packages ready, yada, yada, yada. So again, what difference does it make? Like I said, that's a great question. This is something that is not an easy answer because of the magnitude of what we're talking about here. How it will change your life, first of all, when you understand it, is dramatic, to say the least. Will it change you from having to go to your job every day and the things that you typically do every day? No. But when this knowledge becomes more mainstream and these agencies are starting to be held accountable, and you understand that they're all participating in this, not just the United States government, not just NASA, but China, Russia, India, all of them have space programs. They all have the same symbolism. They're all doing the exact same thing to their citizenry. And the first thing you have to understand about this is that the deception goes all the way to the top. And when I say all the way to the top, you have to kind of get rid of the notion that the people at the very highest levels are working together. The people that control the world are not, we're not against each other. There was never any such thing really as the Cold War. We're really not enemies with anybody else. This is all a facade that's being brought on for our benefit. But the people that are in power, that have all the money, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Morgans, and on and on and on, these are the people that literally run the central banking system, which of course has permeated the entire world. And any country that tries to get away from it, their leaders are quickly assassinated.
Mute your thing.
It goes on and on
Mute.
and on. So you have to understand conspiracy.
You what, my bong? You my bong?
of this.
Yeah, it's kind of
so. Why
drowning
do they
out
do this?
someone
Why
talking.
are they trying to hide the fact that we are on an infinite plane or on a flat Earth rather than a ball? Well, the answer to that, there's a lot of answers to that, but in my personal opinion,
It's unprofessional.
if you isolate people into the idea that they're on a blue marble that's in the middle of a universe that is really insignificant, and there's thousands or millions and
I
billions
never
of
wanted to
people
be a
across
professional,
other civilizations,
ever.
that makes most people think that
Well,
we
then
are
that's
insignificant
why
and that we did
you aren't.
actually come about by some sort of an accident. Now, when people believe that, their minds are much more malleable into being given the idea that there is no God, there is no creator, that all of this is just some sort of random happenstance. And because of that, that also gives the controllers this fertile soil to build other deceptions on. And it's all about control. Remember, it's not about money. Money is irrelevant. They print the money. Money is just something that you and I agree has value, but it really is just pieces of paper, right? These people are printing the money. They can print money all day long if they want to, and they do. So it's not about that. And it's not just about power either. It's about total control, mental, physical, spiritual, every way, shape, and form possible.
R.I.P. Bob Nodell.
Around this type of deception, whether you're religious or not. If you're religious, then you understand that this is Satan's plan all along. If you're not religious, then you need to understand that people are power hungry and they will do anything to gain and maintain this type of control. So I've kind of ranted on this a lot. So John and Jaron, if you would add into this for my relative and kind of elaborate on what I've said.
I would just add that a lot of people don't realize it, but really the fundamental cornerstone of nihilism, and really nihilism is sort of the most profound version of atheism. Really, atheism is probably the most popular quote, religion, at least in America and probably worldwide. There's more atheists at heart because of one simple fact, and that is this whole Copernican principle or this Big Bang Theory universe where the entire planet and even the galaxy are like a mere speck of dust and completely insignificant in the grand scheme of things. So if the Earth itself is just in the grand scheme of things, then how could anything that we do in our lives be of remote consequence whatsoever? And so this whole mindset, again, is sort of the founding cornerstone of atheism and ultimately nihilism. However, when people realize that the Big Bang is a load of theoretical bollocks, then it really changes this entire foundation of the world's perspective of this ultimately nihilist viewpoint. And so even if you don't consider yourself religious, that's probably because you've been affected by this culture.
Maybe you don't realize how loud that is. It's loud.
And I think it's so obvious when you look at.
Maybe you don't know your mic is good.
Just what the money system has done to this country.
What are you talking about? My mic is off right now.
Well, I'm hearing lighters and all kinds of stuff. It's just like
that's
loud.
not me. That's not me then. That's not me then.
And to the world, really. In the book Why a Bankrupt America, it said that the Federal Reserve pays the Bureau of Engraving and Printing approximately $23 for each 1,000 notes printed. So 10,000 $100 notes, which is $1 million, cost the Federal Reserve $230. So they then secure a pledge of collateral equal to the face value of the U.S. government, and that collateral is our land, labor, assets, and then it's collected by their agents, who are the IRS, not our agents, and by authorizing the Fed to regulate and create money.
John does have a great voice. I agree.
Basically, Congress gave private.
That's why we're paying
to
them.
Create profits at will. That's what they do. It's all about making profits for themselves, and you have to remember how big of a conspiracy this is. This isn't talking about just the JFK thing, or isn't talking about just 9/11. It's on an umbrella kind of system to where it is the biggest deception that there is. It actually exposes every other deception, and nothing else brings down the power of the elite, because it really exposes education, science, the economy, television, museums, universities. Think of all the things that have been fooled. I feel worse for the people that are out there building satellites, the people that are out there actually working for these space agencies, the people out there teaching in schools as professors, because they would all come to the conclusion eventually, once this gets out, that they've all been contributing to the lie. And that's got to be the worst feeling that there is. And that's why you have a hard time with the Neil deGrasse or a Bill Nye, these guys ever even considering that the earth might not be what they were taught, because they understand if it's not, then their entire life is about promoting the lie. They are tool for the elite, for the lie system.
Okay, wow.
Everything. That was a perfect example, John, of what you were talking about.
I can't hear him.
I realized religion had some things in it that didn't quite fit with my reality, and I was done with it. I realized it was many lies there. I popped out of that, and the one place that's there with open arms, calling for you, saying, we tell nothing but the truth. We're all about facts and evidence, is science. And I went there with my arms open, ready to embrace them, and said, thank you. I'm so glad you're here, because over there I was just getting lied to left and right. And now I know science is the place to go. Now, thank goodness I'm into research and things that I wanted to know everything about it. I wasn't comfortable in just saying, well, now I realize religion's a lie. I'm just going to be scientific and promote science and just say the word science when anybody talks to me. It would have been really easy. I could have paraded myself around and been really Mr. Smart Guy and been able to debate Christians, and would have been really easy for me. But instead, I decided to look into it. I wanted to know, why is evolution real? Where's the evidence? Why are these things facts? How do they know the age of the earth? And the more and more I looked into it, and the more I asked these so-called science backers, the more I realized it was another religion. And that's ultimately, and I was, I'll admit it, an atheist for probably 6 months. And thank goodness I looked into that science. But I notice out there all these other guys who are just making these debunk videos or calling us crazy. The difference between me and them is that
I want to know what you're hearing, because my mic is muted and I muted John. So
I'm hearing bong hits and sniffing and coughing and yes.
It's not me because my mic is off. So I don't know.
Well, it is you because no one else is smoking.
So what are you saying? I'm not using my mic right now. Hold on. Tell me if you can hear me. Ready? Mic check, mic check, mic check. Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Can you hear me right? You can hear me right now?
Yes. Yes.
So it's not so it's not using my computer mic then. All right. I'll have to fix it. Thanks. That's what I wanted to check.
they don't want to research it.
I just think I didn't say anything bad.
No. It's weird. It's weird that it's. You can hear me right now talking. You can hear me.
So if you're
mute it on the screen right here,
and you go look up Google or something like that, and you just search it one time and don't try and look at any other sources besides
M on your keyboard.
Mainstream sources, then you shouldn't be surprised that you're going
to
get the
M on your
exact
keyboard.
answer you're looking for. That's only going to confirm what the elitists,
right?
What these people who are fooling us from the top down, what they want you to find. And then they go and make videos claiming these are evidence that we're wrong. And they say, well, these guys didn't even research it. If they would have looked it up one time, they would have found it. That's crazy talk. If you think we don't know the mainstream reasoning behind it, that we don't need to bring that up to people, because anybody like you can go look it up and find that exact answer. That's not doing research. And this is a deception on the highest level that you need to go and dig deeper and look at different bits and pieces and put it together and come up with your own explanation. Because if you're just going to take what mainstream tells you and believe it, then go watch Fox News and enjoy what the mainstream wants you to enjoy. That's the way that they operate. So I just think when it comes down to people asking, how does it affect my life? No, I guess it depends on you. If you don't care that you've been lied to about everything from school, from kindergarten on, everything that you were taught in school was meant to get your mind into a certain frame of reference, to make you think about the world a certain way, to make you think about your parents, and make you think about your friends, and to make you think about your government, all in a prescribed way to make the rich get richer and make you into a waiting
nice.
If you
Preach
don't care
it, brother.
that happened, if you're happy going to your 9-to-5 job and you're comfortable in your belief about who your creator is, then it doesn't affect your life. For a lot of us, that is a pretty big deal. For me, it looks like 35 years of my life was completely wasted on a false existence that someone else decided to sell me. You know, I'm gonna spend the rest
mine
of my
was like
life
50.
exposing it because I don't think it's right. It's not the way you treat other people. It's not the way you treat other beings. We all have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And somebody just said that. They told us that, but then behind the scenes, they made sure that they kept us unhappy and that we weren't free and that they were the ones who got to enjoy the good life while we worked for them.
Yes, well said. So ultimately, to get back to the question, how will it change your daily life? Well, until it's actually exposed, not a whole lot, because we're still slaves to this very same system. We still have to go to our jobs. We still have to pay the bills, yada, yada, yada. However, think about when this idea
Thumbs up,
catches
post,
on
share,
and
like,
awareness
or don't.
of the level of deception that we are kept under. And I think a lot of people are waking up.
The
to
latest
it.
RFP is
You know,
pretty cool.
9/11, you know, being the fraud that it is, Sandy Hook being a fraud, on and on and on. But at some point, we're hoping that this is going to hit critical mass. And when it does, then all of a sudden, these institutions that are taking billions and trillions of dollars from us to simply enslave us, to keep us going to work every day and never having enough money or time, and other countries that are starving, have no medical attention. And in fact, there's active campaigns to kill these people off, and this is a well-known agenda. But all this aside, when this all goes away, then we're talking about an entirely different world. Then we're talking about the kind of world that would be, I dare say, more utopian. And that isn't always necessarily a good thing either, but let's just say that it would be a whole lot better than what we have now. If people understood that we are special, that there is a creator, and that really, when people come to this realization, we will start becoming more aware of the value of other humans and human life. And we don't look at people as, well, just because they're different from us, then they're wrong and they're funny and they're weird. We see each other as brothers, and we see each other as related in family, and we start respecting each other on a level that is due to everyone. And when that happens, and we get rid of the governments that are enslaving us and the people above the governments that are controlling them, then all of a sudden we start looking at a society where we can start improving upon ourselves. We can start making our own technologies that will benefit humanity, instead of the elite usurping all these technologies and using it for themselves against us. Like, we can have unlimited free power, and
this is great.
There's just so many things. I mean, you could go on and on and on and on about this, and you know, many people have researched this. But at that point, everything changes. Absolutely everything changes, because we no longer are living in a slave world. We're living in a truly free world where everybody is sovereign and everybody has much more respect for other selves, other people. So that's pretty much the answer to that question. So it is a big thing. It really is. You can't just brush it off as saying, what difference does it make? It's not going to change anything. Au contraire, not only will it change things, it will change things in an entirely, it'll bring us to an entirely new paradigm, an entirely new way of life. And I'm sure that many people would much rather live in something that would be considered more utopian than what we're at right now, which is an enslaved system.
Yeah, everything's indeed a commodity, and we call ourselves a system that's governed by essentially capitalism, although I guess you could call it more aptly corporate fascism, but we'll call it capitalism. Even that is a system run by greed, and I think that that's pretty much an ass-backwards way to run a society. And really, this whole idea of capitalism and greed as the driving force behind our society really does stem from this atheistic viewpoint that's been going on for the last at least 100 years in full steam ahead.
Yep, absolutely.
So Ray,
Now
Raymond,
you got the mute button down.
you know it's pretty cool.
Yes. What's up?
That guy asked. That guy asked the question, and Bob gave him a preponderance of evidence.
You know, I couldn't put it into words much better myself. They pretty much nailed it with that. So I just I can explain it, but might as well just play the video, take a break, smoke some weed, just relax,
Remember his punchline? That was his catchphrase.
What was it?
A preponderance of evidence.
A preponderance of evidence. Well, it was good stuff. It's good stuff. All right, let's move on. Do you want to finish what you were saying the other night about how anything about God bringing you closer to flat Earth bringing you closer to God? Because I know that you're very what's the word? You go to church.
I'm a believer.
You go to church all the time. You found God, you found Jesus, and you live it, So
I tried. do what Jesus did, spread love, and
But since you
be good.
found flat Earth, your relationship with the Creator got stronger. Is what you were trying to say?
No, I was finding it with people in general.
Yeah.
You know, when they, atheists or people that fell away from the church, when they finally they can see clearly and see that that we've been lied to and that we don't live on a spinning ball.
This presentation will be on the Phoenicians and the Hyperboreans.
All right, go ahead. Try to get it up. Good. You done? Did I cut you off?
No, finish what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm unmuted.
I lost my track.
That's all right.
This
For
video
me,
will
I'm
elaborate
just
more
like,
on the ancient
yeah,
Irish
wait.
connections that I have made in previous
Oh.
videos.
Yeah.
This presentation is based
Go
on.
ahead.
Well, I really like how so many people, especially Dave Weiss, admits, flat Earth brung me the Creator.
Yeah.
And so many do.
It brought me
And-
closer to the Creator.
Oh yeah.
It
Yeah,
definitely-
Actually,
for me, it made me realize
Like,
that
Yeah.
when they said like he's right above, look up there, he's right above. Now I understand. All my life, I was like, what do they mean, look up? That's stupid. Where is he out there in space? What part of space is he out there in? Look, what do you mean, look up to see God? Now I'm like, oh, I get it. Look up and see God because he's right
The
up
Bible
there,
is constantly
right above us, looking down. Something, maybe the exact image that they give us, but we don't know. Even if you don't believe any of that, you have to say, wow, it's highly likely that there's something up there above us.
Just knowing that you are just knowing that you are the center of all creation. This place was designed for you. This is our terrarium, and we're safe in here, and we're not supposed to go out there. So
right,
it's
just
knowing that
vortex,
is empowering.
right?
Is empowering. Yeah.
What's that thing they call it? The torus field, right? Like we're in a torus field of some sort. Toroidal. There you go.
Yes.
Toroidal. Yeah.
Yeah, we're supposed to live on.
That's pretty cool. That's like, yeah, you don't want to go out there. It's like if we're on a motherboard of a computer, those are like all the workings and stuff. We can't exist out there.
That toroidal field's probably what keeps the waters of outer space that was here before the Earth was created.
It's really yeah. For me too, it's like we don't have to understand all the workings of the magical, wonderful thing that God has made. We don't have to understand it. Just enjoy it and play this great video game Matrix thing that God made. And it's like a very, very, very persistent illusion. Yeah, a very, very persistent illusion.
Yeah.
Just have fun and learn and level up. So
I was listening.
They don't want us to, but they can't stop us. They can't even harm a hair on our head. They can imprison us. That's about as far as they can go. They can't really do too much.
I was listening to Iron Realm Media.
Inspired.
Yeah, I saw you in there. I went in for a few minutes today.
Yeah, they start at 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, my time, anyways. Zach was talking about that. Before he found flat Earth, he was a full-on atheist, and he was afraid. He said he was afraid to die because he didn't want that, that to be the end of it all, and just lost consciousness.
Exactly. I hear a lot of people say that.
So now he knows that, we're energy, we're eternal, and that we were created by the Creator.
Yeah.
And now he's not afraid of death. He said he could stick a gun in my face, and he said, I ain't gonna comply to no bullshit. He said you could pull the trigger, and that just warmed my heart. I'd like, yes,
By Michael.
All right, this is
the way it should be.
This is I'm gonna move along. This is the Irish origins of civilization.
Syrians.
Yeah, that was good.
Irish origins of civilization.
Here we go.
I want to start off by saying that I'm not a scholar.
Tartaria
I shouldn't take
101.
my words for fact. Just consider the subject matter with deep thought and no judgment. Try to let go of your conceptions of the speaker and also your conceptions of reality. Most of what will be said will be considered out of the norm of traditional mainstream history, but even some people who consider themselves to be alternative researchers still find some of the content I'm presenting hard to believe. The subject at hand really takes critical thinking to connect all the dots. We've been fed lies most of our life, and it's not surprising that we have no idea who we are or where most of our cultures came from.
Thumbs
My
up,
goal of this
post, share.
presentation is to help start others on their journey of curiosity and critical thinking when it comes to human origins, cosmology, and ancient antiquity. What we have today is a culture who's constantly manipulated by alternative mainstream research. Most people actually believe that ancient aliens on TV is alternative research, when this is obviously propaganda to blind the people who actually think about the subject matter. Ancient aliens doesn't want you to know our true history, and they definitely don't want you to know the true builders of the pyramids. I mean, come on, this is on the History Channel. The Pawn Stars? Yeah, that ain't real history. I think with that said, we shall begin the presentation. At the end of the day, all I can say is that you must do your own research. The suppression of consciousness.
Yep.
Today, when we look at the majority of the population, what do we see? I mean, can we truly say that we're a culture that understands its past? In Plato's Timaeus, Solon is told by one of the priests in Egypt that they didn't even know where they came from. If the Greeks didn't know where they came from, what does that say about us? Today's people literally are incapable of thinking. We have the masses who are in groupthink, and anyone who thinks outside of the box gets whipped back into shape. America's ruled by corporations, and if corporations can be psychopathic, then what does that say about the media or the education system? It becomes obvious that empires can also become blind with the right to conquest. Why is it so crazy to believe that history can be rewritten? Everyone is in a trance-like state because all of the constant entertainment from every angle. None of us are taught to be masters of the mind, all of our thoughts are out of control, and we have people who suffer from boredom, which is a complete detachment from self-purpose and drive. Everyone's mind is overstimulated on serotonin from social media. Then we have coffee, porn, and unhealthy diets all contributing to the inability to have deep thought. I think it's obvious that we aren't taught to be philosophical or to question the nature of reality. From Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teaching of All Ages, Pythagoras conceived mathematics to be the most sacred and exact of all the sciences, and demanded of all who came to him for a study and a familiarity with arithmetic, music, astronomy, and geometry. He laid special emphasis upon the philosophic life as a prerequisite to wisdom. Pythagoras was one of the first teachers to establish a community wherein all the members were of mutual assistance to one another in the common attainment of the higher sciences. This is what I believe it was like in Tartaria, or Atlantis, or pre-Diluvian times. The higher sciences, philosophy, and the understanding of reality were very prevalent in every individual in that society. We see the complete opposite today. Atlantis and the Deluge. The story of Sumer and the idea that civilization arose in the Middle East but 5,000 years ago is not the true story of civilization. In the Vedas, we have stories talking about how mankind goes back millions of years. We hear of flying ships called Vimanas and stories of ancient wars with high-tech weaponry. Many cultures have myths of floods, and there are many submerged underwater cities that still have a mystery to be solved. Michael Cremo is also a great reference for this idea. He has many books that talk about this idea that the story of civilization and mankind goes way back than we could ever imagine. In this theory, Atlantis was a great continent in the Atlantic, that after some great cataclysm was destroyed. The civilization at the time was very advanced, not just in technology, but in magic and the knowledge of the self. The Atlanteans were said to be sun worshippers, and this makes sense with what the priest said in Plato's Timaeus. Our sciences are hoary with age, meaning they didn't come up with their sciences. It was passed down. Now, a group of the inhabitants of Atlantis avoided the cataclysm and sailed east, where they landed in Ireland and northern Spain. Ireland and Spain used to be one, Ibernia. This is the explanation of where and how civilization came to the east and then to the rest of the world. Atlantis was destroyed, and humanity was scattered and lost around the world, but there was one advanced group containing the knowledge of sun worship and the sciences, who landed in ancient Ireland, Spain. Then they began their journey to re-educate the world that at the time had been very primitive. from Donnelly's Atlantis. In their great missionary pilgrimage, they circled the globe in order to give religion and knowledge of God to the different races of mankind. They also established priesthoods and gave alphabets to the races who were unenlightened in such matters up to that time. Ireland is the country in which the arts and sciences were first discovered and developed. To this country the Greeks applied the term Ogia, a term which is never given but to the very ancient, and it is from the Irish, Aryans, that the Greeks traced their descent. The Irish Druids, the Aryan race, roots of astrotheology, spreading civilization once again. All that we know about this ancient race comes from the Greeks and the Romans. There is a great site by Bruce Linnell that lists almost all of what the ancient Romans and Greeks said about the Celts. The earliest Greek and Roman authors often referred to Hyperboreans and Cimmerians. Some modern authors consider these to be possible references to Celts. Hyperboreans were originally a mythical sacred race who, often associated with god Apollo, they dwelt at the ends of the earth. The word Hyperborean means beyond the north wind, and lived long lives in peace with themselves and their neighbors. Their legends are later intermingled with British, Northern Celtic, and Germanic cultures by ancient authors. The name Cimmerian has many meanings. To the earliest ancient Greeks, they were a mysterious race who lived in the mist and darkness at the ends of the earth. But later Greek authors clearly described the movements of a group of people they called Cimmerian. Now, I believe the earlier ones knew a deeper truth of a true history that actually happened, and then the later authors were just propaganda authors. If you want to see all the references to Hyperboreans and Cimmerians and what Roman Greek authors talked about, the link is in the description. This is all reference to the Aryan race, but what does Aryan mean? From Michael Tersarian. The name Ireland was originally rendered Ari, or Aryaland, one of the main connotations of the term being Western land. Another was land of the pure, or noble ones. The Druids were Aryans. This word is usually narrowly construed to signify race. However, the term also refers to spiritual caste. It is also the true name of Ireland, correctly rendered Ariland, or land of the Aria. The term can be correctly rendered Iri, signifying the earth goddess of the ancient Druids. Etymologically, Ari and Eri are found in roots and terms and names such as Arya, Tara, Tara, Mari, Hera, Benares, Armenia, Armeric, and aristocracy, etc. Names such as Tara, father of Abram, and the place name Haran in Irish, Haran being synonymous with Aryan. The epithets Iberian, Ibernian, Ibrides, Iberisum, Old Name of New York, and Hebron are equivalent to the Latinized Hyperborean, connoting Ireland and the Arctic homeland. This is the true meaning of Eber, an ancestor of the Israelites. Place name and personal name, Heber and Hebrew. The priests of the Nile, the Eberu, took their name from the illustrious northern western Aria, as the great Anna Wilkes tells us. Hyperborea was unquestionably the lands of the Druid and Bard, whose religion was identical with that of the later Hebrews. The very word for a Druid Bard is equivalent of Boradesor or Boras, meaning north. The Eberu were but one contingent of Westerners living in the Middle East. Related groups were the Luvians and Shemisu Hor, the disciples of Horus. Evidence of their presence has been well and truly suppressed. So this Aria meant a lot to the ancients. And we can also see how Hyperborea is really connected to Ireland and the ancient Irish. We have nations like Syria, Iran, Armenia, all paying homage to these noble peoples who at the top of their society valued things like being moral, spiritual, philosophical, being a full mind, things today we take for granted. The Sanskrit definition of Arya is noble, not ordinary, valuable, precious. This isn't about race or control or power. It's about understanding who we are and our past. Now, here's some mainstream Irish. Here's what Wikipedia says. What is known of pre-Christian Ireland comes from references in Roman writings, Irish poetry, and myth and archaeology. While some possible Paleolithic tools have been found, none of the finds are convincing of Paleolithic settlement in Ireland. Let me give you a hint on why nothing is found. From Connor McDarry. It was held by the leaders of the Roman Church and state, they were practically one, that all power should be centralized in the head of the church, who was also emperor of the state, and any and all religious institutions which in any way conflicted with this ideal were to be done away with. For this reason, the mystery cults were suppressed, and initiation into the ancient or esoteric mysteries where no religious establishment, worship, or practice would exist which would draw and hold men to it other than the Roman state church. And besides, is the study and preparation necessary for those who were selected for initiation into the higher mysteries was such as to develop a highly philosophic and spiritual state of mind. Such study and preparation did not comport with the object which the church rulers had in view. Such minds would not yield adherence to a mere political and idolatrous church, whose doctrines were, in the main, intended for the uninstructed multitude. Such minds could not be dominated by a political or mercenary priesthood. They were enlightened men, and they stood in the way of the church project. Therefore, the institutions were produced such. Men were to be suppressed. Now, I believe that there are multiple levels to what we know as Druid. We have the ancient Druids, then we have the Jewish Druids. That will have to be for another video, but keep in mind with some of the stuff that I'll be saying that there's definitely a connection between the Jews here. The ancient Druids were the ancient priests who preserved the wisdom from Atlantis. This is where the source of astrotheology begins. I don't know how many of you guys know about Newgrange, but it's an amazing site. It's older than Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Giza, and guess what? We see the same thing. A massive structure that is aligned with astrological alignments and symbolism. Newgrange is even more amazing that it's still perfectly aligned to this day with the winter solstice. From Julius Caesar. As one of their leading dogmas, they include this, that souls are not annihilated, but pass after death from one body to another. And they hold by this teaching, men are much encouraged to valor through disregarding the fear of death. They also discuss and impart to their young many things.
Singeman was there when he said this. When Julius Caesar said this, Singeman was like there. He witnessed it. Because Singeman is like 15 centuries old. He lives forever. He's never going to die.
Concerning the heavenly bodies and their movements, the size of the world and our earth, natural sciences, and the influence and power of the immortal gods. Caesar is telling you where Rome and Greece got their knowledge of the planets and gods, and their sciences from. You see all these Greek historians mixing truth with deception. It's the only way to really resonate with the mass of humanity's subconscious. Thus, with a shrewd conception and understanding of policy, Rome gave to the Irish Bible a history and a geography which, through her efforts to give it an appearance of truth, as a record of actual occurrences and facts, have heaped woe and misery upon mankind. To perfect this project, Rome preached and instigated the wars of the Crusades. This was for the express purpose of getting possessions of the countries of the East, and to give names to places in this country called Palestine, or Syria, to correspond with the allegorical and cryptic names, Irish names in the Bible. And Irish names there are still to this day, and this is the main reason why the Irish Roman Catholics of our day were not encouraged to read or study the Bible. It was because of this too that the Irish language was mainly suppressed and all but destroyed. To carry out the scheme of keeping the knowledge of these things from the world, Rome has conveniently invented a list of fictitious names which the priests assumed in order to set up authorities supposed to have lived in the periods of time assigned to them, and who would be cited by posterity to verify the falsifications which would have established this fact. Such are the names Herodotus, Manetho, Berosus, Josephus, Irenaeus, Origen, and Eusebius. These historians appear in the light which we have today of her doings as so many fictitious personages to whom to attribute writings which were done by the Roman and British priests of much later times. They were very busy concocting history after the English invasion of Ireland and the conquest of the Irish Church, and right away in the early part of the 13th century, they set about altering the Irish Bible to make it their own, by Conor McDarry. The Druids were the last force to resist Rome. This makes sense why we don't understand this part of our past. But the ancients knew about this. That is what the myths of Hyperborea, Atlantis, Lemuria, we all knew that gods came down and gave us knowledge. Now, Ancient Aliens is happy making you believe that it's ETs. But I'm gonna go down an alternative route and say that no, we've been cycling in an infinite loop, and every time we become extremely aware or become enlightened beings on this earth, cataclysm strikes. And the Romans decided that they could prevent this from happening by removing all traces of our past and by creating a false history in cosmology and religion, all in combination to put us in historical amnesia, with no capability to use our mind to understand what reality we're in.
Nope.
It's truly a mess.
Nope.
Who are the Celts? Celts have an Indo-European tongue, so mainstream history assumes that the Celts migrated from the Black Sea, They migrated to dominate most of modern Europe from 1400 BC to 600 BC. They say that they moved to northern Spain and they somehow preserved their culture here, and then they called it Galicia. I find it funny that they say they don't know what it means when I believe it's a later derivation of Gaul, Gallia. If we look up Gaul in a Gaelic dictionary, it says, a lowlander, a stranger from Gallus, a Gaul. The Gauls being the first strangers to visit or be visited by the Irish in pre-Roman Roman times. Gala, a bitch. Gast, a bitch.
A bitch.
G is possibly for gaslit. Pot has deduced Spanish gago, greyhound, which however is founded on canis gallicas. If you see my other videos, you would know that this is a common theme in history. When intruders take over, they come in, cause havoc, and then rename the land, the people, and then after a generation or so, the people don't even know where they came from. The people from Galicia are told their origins lie in the Black Sea, when really, some strangers came in and made this land their bitch. Also notice how Galicia has fantastic architecture. From the Odes of Pindar. Summary. Hyperboreans are described by Pindar as an ancient sacred people who worship Apollo and live without illness, old age, or strife. In his Pythian Odes, Pindar says they live in a place which cannot be reached by ships nor land, but in Olympian Odes. He seems to indicate they are associated with the source of the Danube. According to Wikipedia, the Danube was once a long-standing frontier of the Roman Empire. Is Pindar saying that these Hyperboreans moved east and they are the true source of the Danube? I can't find anywhere on Wikipedia saying that this is a man-made river, but if what Pindar says is true, then this once great nation had this river surrounding its entire border? The Celts are not the true original Irish. Plato describes the Celts and Iberians.
That flat earth farm's hella jelly. Tastes nice, dude. It tastes nice.
As drunken and warlike. Celts occupied land in modern-day Eastern Europe, Greece, Spain, Northern Italy, Western Europe, England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. The Celtic people have mystified anthropologists and historians for generations. They were a non-literate culture whose history and literature was preserved through oral tradition. The origins of the Celts are shrouded in mystery. I found these quotes from this one article where this researcher was discussing whether the term Celts was even used in Ireland before the 1800s. Whatever about whether the Celts ever did come to Ireland, what is undeniable is that medieval Irish and Welsh writers said absolutely nothing about a Celtic past, nor did they suggest that the Irish and Welsh people had an affinity for one another based on the shared heritage. In other words, before the year 1700, no one called the Irish and Welsh
Hella
Celts.
jelly is my
So where
jam,
did the
y'all.
idea that we are Celts come from? My own research has shown that the word Celtic rarely appeared in Irish newspaper in the early 19th century. Suddenly, the regularity of its use increased dramatically in the 1840s, it doubled again in the 1850s, and by the 1880s, archaeological excavations in Switzerland and in the 1850s revealed evidence of an ancient Celtic civilization that had once dominated Europe. Over a 20-year period, the Celts were established as a
Boston Celtics
biological fact by scientists, given a glorious past by archaeologists, a sense of scholarly gravitas by linguists, and identifiable personality traits by literatures. This made Celticness attractiveness to nationalists in Ireland and Wales, and by the turn of the 20th century, most people in both countries believed they were Celts. So I'll end with the Celts here, but I want to just basically end with there's definitely a cover-up of a once great nation. And I think the real hint, or what we should be looking towards, is the Hyperboreans. Hyperboreans and Tartaria. The Hyperboreans must be the ancient empire that we are calling Tartaria today.
I'm with you.
Who else could come to such great knowledge? I would say it's the people who are not dying and living extremely long lives. These Hyperboreans must have a connection to the Irish. It must be that the ancient Greek historians fantasized these ancient peoples to make it seem like a legend. This is what I think. The Irish, after the flood, spread east, and at this time, they had advanced technology and advanced spirituality. So much so that they had long lives. The book Natural Magic talks about Tartaria having these large brass wind instruments that would make a pleasing sound for the whole city. This sound, I believe, had a magnetic effect on the body, allowing them to live long lives. These people created these great cathedrals for healing, energy, and learning. I think at this time the ancient Hyperboreans, or Irish, had spread out to all around the world, mixing with multiple cultures. Let's look at this map again. I believe these massive cities were
Daniel
generations
Becker.
after the Hyperboreans spread out to East Russia, India, Africa, and from here, I'm positive
Thumbs
that a
up,
variety of
post,
different
share,
cultures sprung and mixed.
or don't.
I think that the Celts, after the Cataclysm, were different confused tribes that were spread out all over Europe and the Middle
Whether you post it or not, I'm still gonna be here, so it doesn't matter to me. I digress.
East. Myths arose talking about the mythical origins of this great empire, and that is why these tribes made their way back to Ibernia, or ancient Ireland. These savage, barbaric tribes, as portrayed by the Greeks, are what mainstream history says the Irish came from. Not just that, most of Europe. When the truth is, it's lies mixed with truth. These invading tribes back into the homeland probably did take a lot from the native culture, and that is why this lie works, because there is a similarity, but nonetheless, the ancient Aryans or Hyperboreans were not savages. So why is it that we have been fed this lie? Well,
Nice
the
picture.
Phoenicians are this Hyperborean race.
Wait, is the
Phoenicians
guy's
are
just
a
sitting there with his
covenant for
slong
these
out. Did you
Hyperboreans
see
as they
that?
spread east through the generations. This
Did you
also
see
got
it,
mixed
John?
with other tribes,
No, I was
so there's a lot of
checking the
confusion.
chat.
This explains why the
Let's go back. Where was it? Right here. Look at that. What a guy, huh? You see anything?
Yeah.
Look, he's got a head in his hand too. Look, he just
Poor
killed
guy.
somebody. He's sitting there with his balls out, and he's like, "Oh, I have a head. I beheaded someone, and now I have balls sticking out."
Poor guy. He doesn't have underwear on, so he can put a sock in it.
I drew that. No, I don't know. Okay.
Well, the Phoenicians are this Hyperborean race. The Phoenicians are just a cover name for these Hyperboreans as they spread east through the generations. This also got mixed with other tribes, so there's a lot of confusion. This explains why the Phoenicians were so advanced and where they got their writing system from. Not only that, but where they got their knowledge of architecture. Phoenicians and the Hyperboreans. Until the late 1800s, most of the info on the pre-Hellenistic Eastern Mediterranean came from the Hebrew Bible. The glory of the Phoenicians is in the Bible. They are claimed as ancestors by snooty Lebanese, and they were ancient millionaires who shipped purple dye and cedar wood to the world's wealthy. Phoenicia.org. Let me repeat this quote. They also established priesthoods and gave alphabets to the races who were unenlightened in such matters up to that time. Ireland is the country in which the arts and sciences were first discovered and developed. To this country, the Greeks applied the term ogia, a term which was never given but to the very ancient, and it is from the Irish Aryans that the Greeks traced their descent. In mainstream history, the Greeks got their language from the Phoenicians. To me, this is some type of distraction from the real origin. They want you looking to the Mediterranean for that origin.
I don't know, Rock.
I can tell you why. It has something to do with the Jews, but that has to be for another
I'm putting
video.
out the link.
Quote, the first thing to clarify when it comes to the Israelites concerns the origin of the name Israel. This
you
name
wanna
was
join,
not
click the
original
link.
to the people mentioned in the Bible, whose center was Jerusalem. None of the cities of the Hyksos pharaohs and their people bear the title Israel. The term originated with the Irish and with the Phoenicians, who had erected prominent and sophisticated cities all over Eastern Europe, Asia Minor, and the Levant. The Phoenicians were originally of Irish extraction, and they had some of their most important bases in Ireland and Scotland. Not only were the Phoenicians expert sailors, but they made good use of land bridges that once existed between Scandinavia and England, and between England and Ireland. Michael Tessarian. The Phoenicians were indeed extraordinarily gifted men. They were one of the first races to devise and employ a sophisticated alphabet, construct great cities and temples, make paper for writing, and sail the seas of the world. The fact is, they were the Arya, or adepts of the highest order. They were master architects, astrologers, shipwrights, mariners, healers, and scientists. We believe the Phoenicians were, like the Scythians, originally from the West. They preserved the secrets of the megalithic construction and many other ancient arts.
What's up, Rock?
They may have been the original builders of many temples along the Nile. This is what...
How you doing tonight, Rock?
100% right.
You all right? Hanging in there? All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what to think about this either, Rock. That's why I put the link out for you.
The Old Testament hints, and what a great deal of miscellaneous Masonic literature suggests. Quote, as our scholars have failed to see the difference between Israel and Jews, they have completely confused the issue, and when they speak of ancient Hebrew, they mean Phoenician. The oldest Hebrew manuscripts date from AD 489. is a roll and was found in the Karaite synagogue in the Crimea. The Targum's version of the Old Testament does not date any earlier than the Babylonian captivity of the Jews, and it was written in the Aramaic Chaldee language, and even of that version there is not BC in existence. So when our scholars speak of the ancient Hebrew of the Israelites, they mean Phoenician evidently, for they never have seen it written on any scroll, only on the Salam inscription, the Moabite stone, and the Phoenician engravings of the East, the Mediterranean, southern Russia, and Europe, particularly in Britain. The early Phoenicians were known to have referred to themselves and their kings by the term Got or Goat, signifying goats. This is where we derive the words God and good, and where place names such as Gotland and Goatberg, etc. come from. The Goths were called the Goths by the Romans. These Caucasian Goths considered horned animals such as stags and goats to be sacred symbols of their people and gods. This goes with what Moon was saying about the ram in Tartaria Part 1 and the connection to Egypt. Quote, "It was they, Phoenicians, and not the Israelites, who were the creators of the alphabet, the great temple builders and the world's finest seafarers, astronomers, and adepts. What they still hesitate to accept is the Irish origins of Phoenicians. This fact has been obscured due to the geographical dispersion of the Phoenicians. As we have said, the dispersion was a necessity after the age of catastrophe." In summary, I do not think that the ancient Irish or the Hyperborean peoples should be considered Celt. The term Celt has been used for many things, to imply that the ancient Irish came from the Black Sea and were olive-skinned thousands of years ago. I'm not buying it. The Hyperboreans are the true builders of these amazing buildings and are the source of where we should look in the origins of the Tartarian conspiracy. The people that we know today as the Phoenicians.
You know the theory? Do you know that theory that the lost tribes of Israel joined with the Phoenicians and scattered with the Phoenicians?
Rock. What are the Phoenicians, dude? I don't. I'm losing track here. Like I hear people talk about the Phoenicians. Yeah, go for it. Go.
They were. I think they were like sea-going people.
That's what I thought
Greek.
You said they were the first shipwrights and mariners.
All right, we have to Google it, I guess, huh? All right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they're not going to tell us who they really were. Like they'll tell us ballpark estimate, but like there's probably more to it.
They said they came from Ireland.
They came from Ireland.
Remember we was talking the other day, and I thought that. I remember Martin Leakey saying that.
Yeah, Martin always talks about them.
The history of the Greeks, the Turks, the coastal Turks, the Greeks, the seagoing people, they eventually ended up in Rome, and then
Phoenicia was the ancient Semitic, the Lassaratic civilization originating in the coastal strip of the Levant region in the Eastern Mediterranean, primarily located in modern Lebanon.
Yeah.
Well,
so they were.
Yeah, go ahead.
They were like right next to the Israelites. And then it says that during David's time, the 10 tribes scattered and they got lost, and they joined with the Phoenicians. That's what I've been told, that they joined. That's way back in King David and all that. When the 10 tribes separated from the
Well, let's see what the mainstream people are saying. Who are the Phoenicians? Who are the Phoenicians? Where did they come from? Where did they live? With whom did they trade? Ephraim Stern addresses these questions and much more in this article. He explains. All right. The Bible records. Oh, go ahead, John.
I'm not sure, but I think the mainstream says that the Phoenicians were the original people that came from Mesopotamia.
It says here the Bible records that the Phoenicians had a close relationship with the Israelites. Their royalty married each other. They traded with each other, and significantly, they never went to war with each other. So they were cool with the Israelites. Stern writes, excuse me. The Phoenicians were the nearest people to the ancient Israelites in every respect. The late Canaanites of the first millennium BCE, the Iron Age to the Roman period, descendants of the Canaanites of the second millennium of the Bronze Age. Phoenicians was the name given to this people by the Greeks, but the Phoenicians continued to refer to themselves as Canaanites or by the names of their principal cities. During the second millennium, the Canaanites controlled Palestine. So yeah, so I guess they were like, yeah, what you were saying, Rock.
Yeah, the history of according to the scriptures, the history of the Phoenicians and the Israelites are mingled together. They were like, okay, so the reason the lost tribes, they call them the 10 tribes that were scattered, is because they joined with the Phoenicians and started practicing their false religion, and that they scattered. But they're Israelites mixed with Phoenicians, and they scattered when you know about the history of the 10 tribes that separated from Israel, and there was only 2 left.
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard the story. Right? I mean,
tribe of Daniel.
Yes, so they might
the
be
tribe. Yeah. Exactly what he just said. What is it? The tribe of Daniel or David? Something with his.
Well, there's 10 tribes that are lost that nobody knows where they went, but they ran off with the Phoenicians or heathens, but they were Israelites. So if you're European, you might be related to, you might be partial Israelite by blood, anyway. Is what I've been researching. And
change the topic a little bit. Here's I was watching Samoan Watchman. Well, he uploaded this video. Let's check it out.
Those look like 5G
Living here in
towers.
Southern California almost my whole life, and never been to the Watchtowers.
The Watchtowers.
Story behind these things.
Wow.
One guy just made it just because. When all around here were pretty much people just getting settled in.
Yes, it is, Daniel. Very astute. Very astute.
Building this, I think he lost. He divorced over it or something like that. I'll get more on the story of these watchtowers, but a big monument in Southern California. There's a piece of it.
When I seen this, I was like, whoa, this is in California? Singe, have you ever seen this in LA? John, you live near LA? You live near LA?
Oh yeah, that's in South Central.
You know where this is?
Yeah, it's a artwork.
Is it artwork? Is it just artwork? So. What is it made out of?
It's all kinds of scrap iron and whatever.
But
you name it.
All right, but it was built in like the 1800s.
Well, maybe it's not what I can only see a little bit.
Yeah, no, it is what you think. Can you go there and get us like footage somehow? No, it doesn't matter. I got plenty of footage. Don't worry. You don't have to go there.
Crazy old church right there. St. Peter's or something. Definitely looks oldest.
Wow, Samoan Watchman with the boots on the ground, dude.
Doggy doo-doo. That's a pretty cool little park around here. A little amphitheater they built.
Samoan Watchman coming through with the boots on the ground mud flood, old world stuff.
Come on, guys. All right, see you guys.
In the next minute, I'll explain the one SEO tactic that separates websites.
Nah, you don't need to do that. Just keep it to yourself. Thank you. Too much information. All right, so let's get off this guy. Get this guy off my screen. How do I do this? Okay, so okay, so I looked into this, right? Check this out. So I was like, dude, what? Like, that looks like really like old. That looks like Antiquitech to me. I was like, you know, like you said, it could be art, right? I'm like, but like, where did he get the idea? Where did he get the inspiration, right? So I was like, I'm gonna just do a little bit of dig. I'm not gonna go nuts on it, but I'm gonna do a little bit of digging into that just to see, because Samoan Watchman was like almost like shouting from the rooftops, like, look, look at this. What is it? So we're gonna look into it. Let's do this. I want to get the official story up. I sent it to Singe, man. It's pretty crazy. All right. All right, let's see. Here we go. Ready? Check this out. Boom. Watchtowers. The watchtowers of Samoan Rhodia in the west of Pueblo are a collection of 17. Says 17 of them, dude. Interconnecting sculptural towers, architectural structures, and individual sculptural features and mosaics within the site of the artist's original residential property in Watts, Los Angeles, California. So this thing, it was like on his property, on the guy's property, he built it. United States, the entire site of towers, structures, sculptures, pavement, and walls were designed and built by Sabato Rhodia. And listen to this. He was an Italian immigrant, construction worker, and tile mason, keyword mason, right? Over a period of 33 years. 33. From 1921 to 1954. 33
Sounds
years.
like a story.
It sounds like bullshit, right?
Yeah.
33, baby.
33 years.
So then I was like, you know what? Since I seen the 33 and all the numbers look right on that one, I'm gonna do a little bit more digging on that one. Even though, and I didn't do any more digging, but I have the videos, and we're gonna do the digging right now. All right, here we go. I built the tower trailer. Let's see. Is it gonna play? Come on. No, it's not going to play. Of course not. Why not? Oh, here it is. Okay. Look at them. They just stick out like a sore thumb. They'll probably kill me for this music, but I'll just mute it out in the end. Change it. Swap it. Look at that thing. It looks like something out of a Dr. Seuss book. I mean, look. But it definitely looks like it has a purpose, right? Like, it looks like it can... Dude, it's for electricity. Come on, dude. Like, I don't think the guy built it, or maybe he did, but he either seen it somewhere else. He got inspiration from it from the old world. It's Antiquitech. It's Antiquitech, dude. It is. Or it's a remake of it. No, it's too old, dude. Look at that, dude. He built it in like the 1800s, dude. Like the end of the 1800s, right before 1900, late 1800s.
I was always impressed with Uncle Sam when he used to tell us how the world was.
You muted, Singe.
Good.
There you go.
No, bad.
You were muted.
It's not easy to build stuff like this. I mean, is it welded and bolted?
I know, right? And he built it. He built it by himself, and it took him 33 years. Like, dude, I would just give up. Like, if you were building something that took that long, think about it. If you started a project like, hey, I'm gonna build this tower in my yard, and then it took you like more than 5 years, I would just give up, man. Like, I wouldn't go 33 years. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, go ahead.
Some people don't give up. They just keep going. Plus, what else you got to do while you're here?
I heard he lost his wife over this.
He
did.
Really?
No, yeah, he did. The guy lost. You'll see. I'm not lying. He lost his wife.
That's awesome.
You got to do something.
It's probably just part of it. You know how it is.
They look at that.
They really loved each other.
I mean, okay. All you people from LA aren't suspicious of this. Like, you're just like, okay, it looks like a power plant from like the 1500s, but it's just artwork. They'll just, have nothing to see here, folks. Just go about your day.
Whose land is it on right now?
His land that he used to own.
Well, whose land is it now?
This land is your land. This land is my land.
Well, then we should just tear it down.
Yeah, Well, no. Why tear
I'm
it down?
kidding you. I don't
We might be able to
destroy
learn. We
stuff.
might be able to learn. We might be able to. We
I
might
don't
be able to
break
learn from this. We might be able to learn from this. What does it do? Let's hook it. I say we hook it up to electricity, like, and just put some juice through it and see what happens. Right? Like, let's juice it up. Like, let's juice these bad Larrys up. Like, you know, what up, Zulu One?
Sabato Rodia, also known as Sam and Simon.
And it's 33.
Yeah, 33 years. There he is. Look at him.
So there's that.
South
That tells you
Central.
a lot right there.
Listen.
Didn't you receive a 33 message today somewhere?
Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. All right.
No,
Look at this
don't
dude.
do that.
Look at this dude.
Hey, Ray, did you
Yeah.
receive a 33 message today?
I receive my 33 messages every day. What up, John? All right, what are we doing here? Do I hear something? Who was that?
No, I thought you received a specific one you told me about. It said it.
What did I receive? Oh yeah, I did. All right, I got a text message on my phone, and it was from like number 303303, and it's not even a phone, and it was like a Biden. It was from it was a President Biden message, dude.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was a Biden thing with all these 33s sent you.
Yeah, that's the phone number you're supposed to
Did you
call.
screenshot it, or do you still have it?
And Trump uses 80.
It was a scam. It was a scam.
I know, but
it was a scam call.
We can make it sure.
Or it was from Biden's headquarters. It said from Biden HQ.
Oh yeah, because obviously Biden is Biden.
Look at these things.
Sam Rodier.
So now
And
we
look
said
at-
it 3 times.
Well,
we said his name
he
3
doesn't-
4 times. Now we're gonna get.
This is the architect. This is the guy right here that did it.
I think Sam will
Well,
rank.
look at the globe on his table.
Rank with the sculptors.
He had a
What
globe
are
on
they
his
made
Let's
out
go
of?
back.
Are
Let's
they-
go back. Did he
It
have a
looked
globe
like
on
it
his
was
table? Oh wow, is that a globe? What
Well,
is
it's not
that?
round.
It's not round. Good dude. Who saw that?
Whoa.
Who's
Giant.
that?
The
Rock?
eagle eye.
John? Who saw
Yeah.
that? John?
I did.
Dude. Good eyes, John. Good eyes, dude. I missed it. I completely missed it. It went right over my head, right under my detection. So
I'd like to zoom that somehow. See what it.
I can't zoom it. I can't.
Right.
I don't have the technology. I destroyed it. It's a painful process to build it back again.
Entirely on
Right.
his own initiative. I think Sam will
That's
rank.
how come the
Guess
water
you-
can be
I'll show you where to download a magnifying glass.
black water.
What do you guys think? I mean, am I crazy for thinking this could be from the old world?
How to see the beauty of nature,
It is from the old world. It was built in the 1800s.
see it in its principles, understand the principles.
Those are
Galileo! He said Galileo!
The Pope was boss of that.
Galileo was a hoax.
He better not talk in Italy. Totally no.
maybe it's casting a spell over Los Angeles.
My God, I say, I'm gonna make a
Dude, that looks like the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
painting of Galileo.
Hey, forget about it.
I was one of the best men in the United States.
Sue's here. Hold on.
Good idea. you
Sue.
know. I said, I want
Sue, that's in Los Angeles. Have you ever seen it? Did you know that was in LA, Sue? Unbelievable. Sue will go there. Sue, you will go there. Go there and get me photos.
Hi, Sue.
And
Hi,
everything.
Daniel.
Whatever you can find.
Hi, Daniel.
Look at it. That's mosaic. That's the mosaic they're talking about. Yeah. I bet you it was lights and it lit
I
up.
worked for 30 years on that in the spare time. Now, they
Okay.
talk, the people like.
So this could be
I
like
bet you it wasn't.
No. Listen, this could be a model of something they knew about from before. But I guarantee you, at one point, it was lights instead of a mosaic in there.
Ray.
Yeah,
They
what's up?
kind of look like towards the top of that tower. Kind
It
of
looks like Klaus Schwab. It does. What?
those towers towards the top.
Yeah,
It looked like that Antiquitech. You know,
it's Antiquitech. It is, dude.
yeah, I bet
The whole
you he
thing
might have
is.
found. He
Yeah.
might have found this stuff, you know, somewhere in the.
And just brought it on his
You know,
property. Yeah, and brought it on his
right,
property. It was
was
like,
buried-
I built it so that they won't try to take it from him.
Well, no, he just found an old junkyard. I mean, you know, somewhere where they buried everything, and he found it, and then put the pieces together. I bet you. That might be from the old world.
I think it is from the old world. I think it looks about, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's from the 1800s. It looks like it's from a lot before that. Like, I don't know. I can't put it. I'm not going to carbon date it.
Everybody come.
What's it made out
Towers
of?
are comprised of 9 major sculptures constructed of structural steel core, wrapped in wire mesh, covered with mortar, and inlaid with tile, glass, shell, pottery, ceramics, and rocks. The tallest of the towers stands at 99.5 feet.
And one time we asked him,
Thank you.
what was it? You know, he says, oh, well,
Thank you,
maybe
Daniel.
I'll go to the sky.
To this day, I just
That's my jam.
That orphan train link I sent you.
What is it? I'll get it.
People called him insane, rightfully so. But I think in time they discovered that Rhodia was draped in the kind of insanity that we all need.
Yeah, man. We all need that insanity.
That's the guy, I think.
That's him. That's my man. My man. Rodney.
Or some other people that they thinking I was crazy, and
I see it, Singe.
some people that they say she's going to do something.
Nice. That's a good one. I can tell.
I remember Sam over there. You know, I could see him. Right now, I can see him there.
Did Rock leave? Well, he might come back.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're still here? I can't see you on my screen. Up here.
Yeah, look at. Do you see? There's like there's like some kind of
Oh, that's you. You changed to a rock.
man in the middle of the statue. There's like a trap person in there, like a burning man or something.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you heard of a flat earther named Nathan Thompson?
Yes.
He's like on Facebook.
I know who he is.
He just posted something about the moon shadow.
The moon shadow? Can you
Yeah.
put the link in the private chat and I'll see if it'll play?
I can't do nothing with my phone. I mean,
I don't have Facebook, dude.
yeah. Well, I can
Ask Singeman.
I'll
Ask
just go
Singeman.
off and I'll come back on.
Singeman. Do you know? Can you get what he's talking about?
No, I don't do
come back
Facebook.
on.
I'd have to
Oh,
log in.
all right. Get the link and come
Look
back
for
on.
me in the back room in about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
It's
all right. I'll
like
let you back on.
evil-
All right. Don't worry about that. I'll remember. We'll let you on. Singeman will see you, or I will. Someone will. All right. All right, here we go. Keep an eye out for him, Singe.
I'm being followed by a moon shadow. Moon shadow, moon shadow.
Moon shadow.
All right.
This hour is brought to you by Cat Stevens.
And then I had this one, which let me see. Oh, I lost that one. It started over. Come on. All right. Let's see what this one says. One more. We'll get out of there. Let's see. Is this the same one?
Thank you
This is
for
old.
bailing these out.
This is older. The
Thank you, everybody,
towers.
for bailing these.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Tommy's
yeah.
out.
Look at that.
Thank you, everybody who helped Tommy. He's out. He's home.
We bailed these.
Where he should be. Where he should be. He's a little shell shocked. He's a little shell shocked, but I think he'll get out of it. I think he'll get over it. Yeah, what's up?
How much did you get for the fundraiser?
Tommy? They got
Yeah, how much?
The
how
last
much
I,
was the
the last I checked, it was at like 1,700. But what happened was his buddy there, Chris, threw in the extra money, and Brian Stavely and them, they talked them to Chris and all them. They all talked them down. At first, they weren't going to go for it. They were trying to say like 12 grand or something on the phone. There was no bondsmen that were going to do it for 2,000. And then I don't know, something happened. I don't know. God must have helped him, because overnight, then it just changed. And next thing I know, I heard he was getting bailed out. So, and then I talked to him today, and he's at his house. So no one has to worry about Tommy. He's doing well for now. He's out. he still has a big battle now, with the courts, and we got to keep praying. It's evil that, we got to keep praying against it. I'm going to fight my battle this week. I'm going to court. I'm going to Boston. I'm leaving Sunday night, and I need people to pray for me too, because I'm going back to fight evil. So, I'm telling you, it's evil. I could see it. It's like
I always identify myself as a Christian. I'm a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and that's under international law. Ministers of the gospel are supposed to be left alone under international law. So I tell them who the fuck I am and let them know I know who you are, and I'm going to tell you the fuck I am. And if you throw me in jail, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Well, I used to be like that, but now I got 3 kids, man. So it's different for me. It sucks. It's not just me. It's like if I go to jail, my kids lose their dad. Like my family loses friggin' half the income or whatever. You know?
But that's the thing. If you let them know that you can't go to jail, then they can sucker you. But if you let them know that you're not afraid of jail, fucking, I said, throw me in jail. I've been in prison, but I was in the service overseas. I had to live in a 6x6 cell when I was over there.
Yeah,
living on base.
I'm not afraid of jail. Like I just, if I can avoid it, I'm gonna avoid it.
Yeah, no, they didn't want me in there because if I was in there, I'd wake all them motherfuckers up in there.
Oh, they
don't want that shit. They don't
want
you. They just want your money.
Yeah, they just want my money. That's what it is, dude. They're making me go all the way back to Boston to sign a paper. Like everything's pretty much all settled, I think, but they're making me go all the way back, dude, to sign a fucking paper. They wouldn't let me do it from here. That's bullshit. But anyway, I digress. Everyone pray for me, all right? Because I'm going to fight evil. I'm gonna go live from Boston when I get there, and Boston Ray will. I'm only staying for a few days, and then I'm coming back to Florida. Don't worry, I'm not going back to that awful place. Whoa! Take that down. Where did that come from? How did that get up there? Don't do that.
You gotta read to the end, dummy.
Oh, come on, dude. Take that down. No. I thought that it was the one that they put it. They automatically put
it. It is the
like
one.
That.
And I added to the end on it.
It's so ridiculous, dude.
That's what
They
Restream
used to
comes
have
with.
electric rail cars. Through all the cities had those electric rail cars, That seemed like a pretty good idea. Electric rail cars. What they call them, trolleys?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, trolleys, yeah. In Boston, we still have them. They still got trolleys, a few. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I know what you mean. Look at this friggin' thing. This is like black and white, so this is old. Look at the tops. Whoa. It looks like something out of Dr. Seuss.
Ray loves this thing. He wants it.
What, you don't like it? How could you not like that thing?
It's
you're from
an
LA.
abomination to my eyes.
Aren't you from LA? Singe? You were born in LA, weren't you?
No.
Yeah, you were. Shut the fuck up.
I grew up there when I was young.
Yeah, you lived there, right? So did you see this in real life?
Oh yeah, I know that area.
You know where this is?
Riverside, Corona.
Where you guys don't want to look at the towers. All right, I'm getting out of here then.
No.
All right, moving right along.
They were definitely unique for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at least I pointed it out, and Simone Watchman was the one that found it. Thank you, Simone. All right.
Los Angeles is a weird place. The
It's
name
called
is
Norco
weird.
because it's in between
looks
Norwalk and Corona, so they call it Norco.
Okay. Where was it? Now I lost it. Singe, where did you send? Oh, wait up. Maybe it's here. Yep. Okay.
I put it right there.
All right. So Singe Man's been finding the fire lately. All right. Let's see. Orphan trains.
Welcome everyone. In this week's episode of Hidden History, I will be discussing the orphan trains and its connection to the Tartarian civilizations. When you look at history, you will discover that there are some huge events that have happened that don't seem to be mentioned. One such event is called the orphan train movement, which was a welfare program that transported over 250,000 children, with claims the number was actually over 540,000 on locomotive carriages from crowded urban areas in the eastern United States to foster homes in the Midwest United States. It was claimed that these infants had been orphaned, abandoned, abused, or homeless, when actually these were new immigrants. So where did all these infants come from? Before the orphan train movement occurred between 1864 to 1889 and became so prevalent in the United States, there were many stories at this time from the American Indian tribes who had fought against the white giant.
Dude, you guys keep fucking around. I'll look at those towers every friggin' stream, dude. I'll put it as part of the intro. All right. I'll put those towers in my intro if you guys keep fucking around.
It would suggest from the historical information that the red-haired Tartarian giants of Siberia and Northern Asia did actually settle in North America and Pacific areas in America and South America. Therefore, the vast landmass which became known as Tartaria Magna, or Great Mighty Place, was the location where the descendants of the white giants established their civilization alongside the Phoenician Aryans and the Scythian Aryans. There are so many Native Americans who once fought against the ancestors of Tartarian giants.
Nice.
Over thousands of years, the stories which the American Indian tribes mesmerized about the white giants became an integral aspect of American Indian folklore. Some of the white giants also contributed to the development of Great Tartaria in the expanses of North America. Many of the white giants had a profound awareness of the geomagnetic structure around the planet Earth and constructed ornate-looking buildings where the ley lines converged across the North American continent. Most of the white giants who inhabited the North American continent had mostly disappeared from the United States by 1728, as they knew how to navigate through the passages which had been constructed beneath North America by the Lemurians and the Atlanteans. Once the first mud flood began and partially destroyed Great Tartaria on the 8th of January 1740, and the second mud flood did the same on the 29th of October 1834, many of the Tartarian giants had already escaped. Wherefore, after the third mud flood arose on the 7th of June 1892, the Tartarian giants had to establish another civilization by using the prehistoric subterranean passages to gain access into the concealed depths below the Appalachian Mountains and the Rocky Mountains. The communities of Tartarian giants also did the same in other remote areas on planet Earth. Although this seems a bit far out, when you do the research and look at the stories, you will then realize there are some very interesting dots to connect here. And that is why there is such a fascination with this subject. Both the white giants and their descendants, the Tartarian giants, seemingly regrouped inside the hollow earth. Did the white giants and the Tartarian giants build the shimmering crystal cities, which are believed to have constructed within the hollow earth? The architecture of Great Tartaria had been extensively found in Russia, China,
You got that Hollow Earth?
Taiwan and Japan, and in numerous other locations across the planet, and their buildings were constructed with geopolymer concrete, which became stronger over time.
I'll try not to hold that against them because I don't hold people's belief. I don't persecute people for their beliefs system. What do you think, Singe? Oh, John Keely's back. Hey, John Keely.
What's the question?
I don't even know anymore.
And the enormous iron and glass structures of Great Tartaria were surmounted with domes and metal needles that were used to continually absorb and transmit the atmospheric ether. Every power station of Great Tartaria, small and large, had brass pipe organs to harmonize and physically heal the Tartarian Aryans by the use of sound waves, which is now a scientific process called cymatics. The architecture of the chapels, churches and cathedrals on Earth share similar cymatic design patterns that were designed to focus and geometrically shape the sound waves to maximize the vibration and tone. So the minds of the Tartarian Aryans could easily attune into the faster resonance of the Christ consciousness. Everyone who lived in Great Tartaria was fully aware of how the constant telluric currents of planet Earth were extracted and stored in the symmetrical toroid coils of the telluric generators and electrical capacitors in their own buildings. The single toroid coils were covered with copper and positioned below the metallic towers. Alongside this, each of the massive star fortresses was constructed by the Tartarian Aryans and used to energetically regulate the distribution of fresh water and electromagnetic current around planet Earth. All over the planet, this incredible advanced technology was utilized for the extraction of the telluric currents by the absorption of the atmospheric ether. And even today, the telluric currents still accumulate in some castles and palaces and many other buildings, as such remnant structures retain the same telluric generators and electrical capacitors, even though they were no longer accessible for public usage. The various kinds of telluric generators and electrical capacitors were designed as...
I need to take a quick break. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mute you guys for a second. I'm going to play a song, but I got to do it differently on this. So where's the... All right, mute him. I got to get no background sound. All right, mute him. I'm going to mute Rock for a second until I come back. Okay. Play a song. Yeah. Oh. Right here. All right. Sure.
Yo, Fifth, this beat is crazy, Fifth. Yo, Rome, just turn me up a little bit. Yo, copyright, what up, my nigga? First 48 fast. Shots through your vehicle, nigga! My contribution to this culture is integral and difficult. On Earth they have satanic codes, but in hell they have ritualistic Chino codes. Yeah. Your most complex rhyme to me is basic, but I shapeshift and hate shit. All I do is go copper like that's the scientific term for ape shit. Okay. Bars blessed and precedent, and my words that are turning to flesh should ever burn precedented. Finger on every fret, got you strung out like you're standing right next to Hendrix barbed wire. Chain link, picking wood, stone wall, electrified, selling stolen goods, saber face meshes. I am all offensive. I'm standing in the rain where the fog commences. There is definite evidence in the measurement by all lyricists accolades. I'm the greatest at most metrics. Calling a traveration is the only way that you shut the gang set trip. Songs that I invented or when the devil's set list. At any verbal murder, I'm a perverted person of interest. I'm in a permanent version of brilliance. Don't get adventurous. I have your team of vermin down to population one in the photos of the total thermal global census. Before the pot of germs, that's so nonsense necklace. Spit culture, crying cryogenic. You don't want to get into pissing contest with me, I'm on diuretic. Man, I don't just rap circles around niggas. These are visual tetrahedrons with linguistics that are pivotal like the lasso that Wonder Woman used extracted the truth from detestable criminal heathens. I'm giving out spit allegiance. My soldier supporters are not leeches. They give allegiance for seasons. It's pretty much Promethean in a way that I disseminate indiscriminate burial and bereavements. Scaling and ripping the horns off of demons as a crown of achievements. Columns and notebook bleeding behemoth could be support beams in a Roman Colosseum. Cheater the conqueror, popular enough to spiral to the top of the Fibonacci sequence. I'm trying to have a similar style of mind, but it is bastardized. I throw a whole cow at you nigga. Did it get past your eyes? I've been a lyricist by perfection while you was out snatching purses. Constantly in the zone like Jada Kiss on stage doing the 10% verses. Get the fuck out of here!
Shots sporadic, so niggas in question. Too easy. That's in the game. Rap tough, we ain't spitting the same shit. You lame bitch. That's in the game. Shoot shots sporadic, erratic, so niggas in question my aim. That's in the game. Rap tough, we ain't spitting the same shit. Look, copy this shit. Nino excel doper than anything Nino could sell. Too evil as hell, demons who fell. Please, bitch, ask Jesus, he know as well. Below is hell, above is heaven where we go rebel. You're emo, I'm Ebro as hell. My ego make Devo look frail. Compare me to Jupiter, stupid, got heat on the belt. Uranus plus suck like black hole, CO in hell. I literally got my own weed on the scale, my very own strain. You scary hoes ain't better than that placebo you sell. Better than that Start shit. The beat, bro, I rip apart placebos. You're so phony, probably alter your alter egos. But ain't shit amateur how we make clips damage you once we lock targets like the late shift manager. Hey bitch, answer your phone. The Matrix Chancellor's home. Soon after press and play, bitch, they may just hand him the throne. Even the Queen of England got the royal penis tingling. We distinguished gentlemen, women scheming on genius semen. The second coming of the second coming. Two-time mathematic consecutive, nothing heaven busted. And they no reverend trust you. After all, they let us bastards fall past the tall massive vault to heaven's dungeon. Team Titan with the OG Stan Lee writing, C writing. The lyrical Jesus put the C cipher. Married to the game with a lot of you cheating. Tito's here to save you all. I came to do a lot of deleting. Best in the game. Shoot shots sporadic, erratic. So niggas in question my aim. Best in the game. We both rap tough. We ain't spitting the same shit. You lame bitch. Best in the game. Shoot shots sporadic, erratic. So niggas in question my aim. Best in the game. We both rap tough. We ain't spitting the same shit. You lame bitch.
Elaborate roof grids, small window openings, the metallic ornaments in the corner of the buildings, pointed antennae, and with artistic ornaments or metallic spheres. Within different countries, invading armies that constantly fought against Great Tartaria then seized their palaces and quicksilver power stations and turned them into buildings of governance, colleges, museums, universities, banks, and even tourist attractions. How this actually happened, we can only speculate. But the evidence would most certainly point towards the buildings of Great Tartaria becoming repurposed after the mud floods had occurred. Were some of the infants on the orphan trains from Great Tartaria? These infants had seemingly been accompanied to North America with their parents and were from the cultures of the Vitus Mundus, the old world of mainland Europe. Once they arrived in the eastern United States, the infants and parents were sometimes separated, and the infants were placed in the Novus Mundus, the new world of the elites and the secret societies. Was this done so they could be reprogrammed by them? After the destruction of Great Tartaria, did some kind of cognitive dissonance occur and cause significant psychiatric issues for millions of adult Tartarian Aryans? We have to remember that even when the orphan train movement began, the third mud flood had not yet happened and would not occur until the 7th of June 1892.
Wow.
Which means there would have...
This guy has exact dates and exact numbers on how many mud floods happened in all 18. Yeah, I don't know about all that. Yeah, it's too much.
Been a successive levels of the migration into North America from the urban settlements of mainland Europe, which had been extensively damaged after the destruction of Great Tartaria had arisen once the first mud flood and the second mud flood had ended. The supervised welfare program that became known as the orphan train movement was used to transport infants from the overcrowded urban areas of the eastern United
If you think about it, though, the orphan trains are still going on because they're bringing in all these refugees and stuff like that, immigrants. We're just letting them right in.
United States. Considerable overcrowding had occurred because successive levels of immigration had come into North America in a short time span, and there was not the resources to
Unless he did a lot of research and he has some, something he's not showing us.
deal with the immigration problem in the eastern United States. Hence, the parentless infants of the orphan trains were taken to the foster homes across the rural areas in the Midwest United States. The various orphan trains operated between the 15th of January 1864 to the 20th of December 1889. Although this did carry on for 40 years after in smaller numbers, during these dates, around 250,000 to 320,000 parentless infants were relocated. Although many Americans believed it is more than 540,000 children were actually relocated during the Victorian period. The co-founders of the orphan train movement claimed that these infants were orphaned, abandoned, abused, or homeless, but this was not always true. Were they mostly the children of the immigrants and the poor
I heard that. I like the idea that they might be the first wave of orphans were probably the children of Tartaria.
destitute families who had escaped the destruction which the first mud flood and the second mud flood had caused in mainland Europe. A number of charitable institutions were established during this time, and these were the Children's Village, formerly known as the New York's Juvenile Asylum. The original charter for the Children's Village was officially founded on the 30th of June 1851 by 24 philanthropists led by Robert Bown Minturn, who was collectively named in the Incorporation Act of 1851. The desperate and unhappy infants were moved from eastern United States on the locomotive transporters that were labeled the orphan trains or baby trains. This relocation of parentless...
What, Singe? You were on the orphan train? What?
What? Where'd you get that from?
I thought that's what you were saying.
No, he was on a
Go back a couple pictures to where they're to that meeting, like 30 seconds or 10 seconds. Not that far.
Right there?
No, 10 seconds back.
This is 10 seconds back.
Or to the building where they're meeting in the building.
Right here? I don't know, dude.
I can't see. They're in a building.
Who is?
They're meeting in a building. Okay, right there.
Right here?
Or I don't know. Just go to the building.
I don't
it's right back.
Oh, right.
10 seconds
right here?
back.
Oh, there it is.
It's actually a few seconds ahead. Oh, well, that's weird. It's missed there. No, it's screwed. No, it's not going to give it to me, dude.
It's 15 seconds back.
It's playing games. It's playing games with me. Oh, right there. Okay, that's what you're talking about.
Look at that.
Yep.
Look how huge it is. Like,
I know. I gotta go back again. I know.
That thing is massive, man. We don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
And you don't just
relocated during the Victorian period. The co-founders of the orphan train movement claimed that these infants were orphaned, abandoned, abused, or homeless, but this was not always true.
They were homeless. Homeless. Okay.
Great picture. Every picture, every one of the pictures.
From just
the incubators
that they were in. The bus looked high tech for that time. Did you notice that?
All right, let's go back, dude.
That train.
No, I didn't notice it. What's going
on? High technology.
All right, there's the one with the room. All right, there you go. Sam.
Wow.
Whoa, what a big room.
We don't.
This thing's hard to control.
We don't have that. That's good enough. We get the idea. We don't have that anymore. We don't build those anymore. That was crazy huge, dude.
That was crazy huge. Dude.
Original charter for the children's village was
Look at this one. Look at them.
officially founded on the 30th of June 1851 by 24 philanthropists led by Robert Bown Minturn, who was collectively named in the Incorporation Act of 1851. The desperate and unhappy infants were moved from eastern United States on the locomotive transporters that were labelled the orphan trains or baby trains. This relocation of parentless infants ended on the 22nd of August 1930 due to the decreased need for farm labour in the rural areas of Indiana, Michigan, Ohio and Wisconsin. Lastly, the New York Foundling was founded on the 8th of October 1869 by Sister Mary Irene Fitzgibbon and the Roman Catholic Sisters of Charity. The New York Foundling then became one of the oldest and largest child welfare agencies of New York City. Once again, in the same time frame of the Victorian period, the bizarre incubator babies were exhibited at the World's Fair called the Exhibition of the Industry of All
They just can't leave the young ones
Nations
alone.
at Bryant Park in New York City. From July 1853 to November 1854. However, vast numbers of the incubator babies were also shown at other World's Fairs across mainland Europe and elsewhere on planet Earth. This activity continued right up
Planet Earth.
to when the World's Fair, known as the Fremantle Industrial Exhibition, was organised in the port of Fremantle next to the Swan River of Western Australia on the 4th of October 1894. When this Pacific World's Fair ended on the 26th of April 1895, the incubator babies were then concealed from the public. The individual known as Martin Arthur Cooney was an obstetrician in the United States of America who became known as the Incubator Doctor. He established an amusement park slideshow called the Infatorium, in which Europeans, Canadians and Americans paid 25 cents to view prematurely born minors displayed as the incubator babies. Whose children were the incubator babies? Where had they originated from? How was it possible for parentless infants to be exhibited as a sideshow at the World's Fair? Nothing that we have been given as the officially crafted narrative of history is correct. Most of the immigrants who left mainland Europe for safety reasons then settled in North America. However, the immigrants could not have constructed the massive buildings in locations such as Baltimore, in Maryland and Richmond, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, alongside the numerous other urban settlements of the eastern United States that are seen in so many photographs from the Victorian period. The reason for this is because most of the urban settlements did not have industrial railroad networks, and most individuals had to use the horse and the buggy to travel around. Therefore, the evidence suggests that it is very likely the Tartarian Aryans constructed the elaborate and ornate buildings that were found by the immigrants who arrived in North America. There is so much more to this world to discover, and we only touch the surface. Remain open to possibility in this world. Thank you for watching, everybody. Please subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you next week.
Gonna say who he is? It was called, I don't know, whatever. That's what you get for not putting the title of your shit on the shit. All right, let's do this. Oh,
yeah, listen.
I like that he put the crazy bin in there. One threw over the cuckoo's nest.
I know.
Today, we are going to show mathematically that the population worldwide in the last 1,400 years was basically zero. When the mainstream history tells us that at the exact same time period, where basically nobody was here, they were building palaces, castles, and cathedrals. And before we expose the population lie today, we have to get an understanding of how this all works, from the bottom up. Welcome to Reims, France, where we hold one of the most incredible structures in the world, and it's under investigation today. The Reims Cathedral, where we are being told that the construction of this cathedral started in the year 1211, where this is 813 years ago. Now, in the USA, they can tell us that these type of cathedrals were built in the 1800s. So they're at least trying to fit this type of construction into this mainstream timeline that we're given today. But when we go over to Europe, they just don't seem to care one bit. They throw dates around and everyone just accepted it for years. Could you imagine that next week, any city in the world tells us that one of these are going to be thrown together? I think the world would be shocked. Yet, when we are told that this was built 813 years ago, in the year 1211, we all just said, yeah, that sounds like a good year. Until now. Because we have patterns to look for, especially when a building holds the fire narrative, where we have found over 100 buildings to this point that hold a fire narrative, which is no longer mathematically possible. I'm in the middle of counting them all up throughout the first 62 episodes, and I'm already over 100 old world buildings that have caught fire that we have found on this channel. And we have found this fire pattern on this channel. And we will soon have a running tally on the screen every time we find a new one. And this one's going to be added to the group when we are told that this cathedral in France wasn't even the first one. They had an even earlier church that was destroyed by a fire a year before construction began on this new one. And this one lasts forever. So they knocked this thing out in 80 years when, let's be honest, if we didn't have a power tool or a car or a shipping company or any architectural training processes today, do any of us actually believe that our civilization would just knock this thing out in 80 years? Realistically, I'd love to know in the comments below how long you think this building would take today. I'm interested to see what you all think, especially because we're being told that this building was built over 800 years ago. The fact that we can see these buildings all over the world, they're still here. It's not like I'm talking about something that's a hidden mystery. We can all go there and look at it and then compare it to the buildings that we produce today, which is supposedly over 800 years of evolving and advancing, and it's not even close. So let's think about this for a second. We are supposed to believe that they had construction down, and it was perfect since the beginning of time, yet nothing else advanced. Only construction, building palaces, was the only thing the 1200s were good for, apparently. The problem is that the buildings are the only thing that are left from the 1200s, which is exactly why they're forced to make these dates up in order to try to explain them into our fabricated timeline. Whereas a car, or a watch, a phone, a plane, and a helicopter, they've all been here before as well. They just aren't built into the ground all over the world for all of us to see, when the buildings are. We are told that the designer of this cathedral was Jean de Orbais. And who exactly was this master designer? Starting at point guard, making his debut for the France National Historians. Jean constructed the Abbey Church, or did he find it? Where they tell us that the Abbey was found at the end of the 7th century. And don't worry, they had construction down, of course. Still there in the town center today. When they go on to say 600 years later, Jean debuts building the St. Pierre St. Paul Church, where it was built between the end of the 12th century and early 13th century. And we have all of this documented, of course. No. Today, we are going to show that there were mathematically, basically, no people here in the 12th and the 13th century. A time that the mainstream history likes to tell us was knocking out palaces. Welcome to episode 63 of my lunch break. I hope you're all having a great day, and if you're new, welcome. of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to FlatEarthDave.com. You can check out his app. I'll put the link in the description, and you can use my referral code, MLB. He also has my lunch break on the homeschool section of the app, which is really cool. Thank you to Rebecca Kay, Don Gaston, Christopher Arietta, The Lady Lacey Show, David and Sherry Ferguson, Edwin Johnson, Chuck Templeton, Joy Lee, PNR, Stephanie Nolan, The Burlesons, Suez KC, Dan Woodall, Dale, DJ Clicktrack, Edward and Brianna, Jacob Law, Jim Ribley and Christine Duggan, Kyle Glascock, Tim Rack, William Richard Jeffries V, PKTF News.
It's a lot of people, dude. It's a lot of people.
Vince Moreno, Samir Shweri, population of clearly the with zero documentation proving this. This is all based on trust. And this group that we're supposed to be trusting has proven to be pretty shady, where they tell us that the architecture is superb, particularly the facade with its 2 towers, the choir with ambulatory, with 5 radiating chapels. Interesting. And telling us that in 1835, that the population of this location was only 1,000 people. And the population of England since 1801, the exact timeline that we're talking about here worldwide, from the beginning point of this fabricated mainstream timeline, beginning around 1776, was at around 9 million people. It has grown to over 56 million in just the last 220 years. So if we do the math on this, the population is decreasing at a rate of 83.92% in just the last 220 years. And this fact alone should get everyone thinking. This stat shows that in the year 1141, the time period that they're talking about here, according to the math, based on data that they're providing, the population of England would sit at 37,898 people. In the entire country, having only 37,000 people in the year 1141 and knocking out palaces is not mathematically probable at all. You would think that there would be a single argument that goes the mainstream history's way. You would think that if their tales were true, this type of stuff would not happen. Yet, every single time you go deeper, there is yet another flaw. The worldwide population mathematically was basically zero, based on everything that we know and have seen. In my opinion, I believe that anything before 1776 is basically fabricated and an attempt to fit into this timeline that we are all in. And this is when we take it a step further and we go to Spain. And according to the worldometers.info, Spain's population sits at roughly 47 million people, growing around 18 million people in the last 69 years. This drop off of people is so dramatic worldwide that, in my opinion, proves that the beginning of our timeline, our batch of people, was simply not that long ago. This is according to their math, their numbers, that anyone in the world can go look at. These people of the 12 and 1300s were supposedly also without shipping companies. They were without power tools, no light bulbs, and suffering. Again, they give us these stories of the past and tell us that there were events. They tell us all of these things where the population was this and that. But at the end of the day, we are not 100% sure that these stories from the 1300s are true. So the only math we can go off of is what we are provided from when we are actually here and documenting it. And now we can do the same thing with the worldwide population, where the population is decreasing at a rate of 66.1765% every 69 years. The rate of the population worldwide should not be increasing or decreasing by 66%. This is obviously showing that there's something going on. At this rate, 1886 would have realistically only had 928 million people, and 1817 worldwide would mathematically already have been down to 314 million people. And this is information that is provided to us, sitting right here in front of our faces, where they, in my opinion, were just waiting for us to find this. At this point, I think this is a game to this group to see who can figure this out. All of this information is all here provided with clues. All we have to do is simply look. The math doesn't lie. The worldwide population would mathematically drop down to only 106 million people in 1748, which was only 31 years after we are told that this group began. In 1679, according to this math, there were only 35 million people here worldwide. The population in 1610 would have only been 11.8 million. 3.9 million people in 1541, and if we bring it all the way back to the year 1200, 800 years ago, the exact same year that the mainstream history is telling us all about, like they were there and saw it happening themselves. They saw those 1200s and 1300s people just smacking those stones right into place, and they're there forever. They are telling us that it was built at the end, not the beginning, but at the end of the 12th century at this rate, every 69 years, decreasing by 66% overall. Nobody is even here. Only 17,700 people worldwide, and this is all based on basic math and numbers that are provided to us. And if this is true, this completely disproves these stories, these tales that people in the 13th century were building massive cathedrals. It basically puts an end to all historical narratives suggesting that a population of basically nobody, more specifically 17,000 people worldwide, were as advanced or more advanced than we are today in terms of construction that we can still see today, yet being primitive, wearing night outfits, and fighting with swords, having zero power tools, no light bulbs, riding around on horses, and not having a single truck to ship millions of pounds of stone. No form of communication, other than using their local raven to send messages to far lands. Having provided zero factual evidence that they were ever even transporting stones, and zero mention of any training processes ever, leaving this part of the story out every single time, or ever explaining how these shipping routes were all figured out. Where is the evidence that we need to show that their stories are true? Where is it? That civilization of nobody with nothing had the capabilities to construct castles, cathedrals, basilicas, and the rest. No. Once you actually stop and think about it for 2 seconds, it simply doesn't add up. The 1200s, riding by feathers and sleeping in huts, suffering in winters, yet knocking out massive cathedrals, faster and in most cases much better than we do today. And they last for thousands of years, and they survive floods, hurricanes, and the rest. And their population was mathematically proven to be basically nobody. This tale that we are told is nonsense at this point. Now that we all have an understanding that the worldwide population, the math, is on our side, that this is not probable, let's continue to our bonus today. I want to take a minute and thank all of our badge members, all of the Patreons, and every single subscriber. Because of all of you, we are able to go deeper into this research every single week. I'm able to share things that have been hidden to the public for far too long. And through this channel, and with all of your help, we all get to expose it to thousands of people. I also want to make sure we all know that we're over on Rumble and X, and I have those links in the something incredible. The detail on the front of this building is unbelievable. We know that Tartaria's flag was a griffin. We've seen this logo on buildings all over the world, which we have even seen in episode 40. When we went to Wisconsin, a civilization that I believe most likely originated in the Pacific Ocean, in a no-fly zone today, and spread out to the rest of the world from that point on. As we have shown in episodes 60 and 61, as we get closer to the front of this building in Greece, we have a logo of the previous civilization. And again, these photos were taken in the 1800s in a collection by Nicholas Katsimpoulas. And here we have the Acropolis in Athens, Greece. And I was just looking at this area on Google Earth where there is another hill next to the Acropolis. I saw these stairs on the side of this hill. And it's weird because they won't let you drop the view down on them and get a closer look at them. It seems to me like this grass and dirt is covering a much larger structure that we can't see. with the stairs being exposed on the side. It looks like it's been melted, and they've just built on top of it. It's very strange. So here at the top, that's where these stairs are. And down here at the bottom is the Acropolis. So you can see how close they are to each other. And before we even look at the mainstream narrative surrounding it, it should just show anyone in a split second that this site was clearly constructed by an advanced civilization. We have detailed columns all over the place. We have some sort of stage here, and we have a mainstream story that should be a lot of fun for us today. And now that we have unlocked the advanced civilization of Mu in episodes 60 and 61 that I think a lot of us enjoyed, we understand where these buildings and people most likely originated from, where Lemuria holds the name Mu inside of it, putting it right in our faces. The Hill of Mu-sis, where Mu is also right in the name, meaning a type of goddess in Greek mythology. Another connection to Mu. It's very interesting. And before we go on with this mainstream narrative, I have to point this out. We all understand that these scaffolding that they have here for decades are put here to make us believe that our civilization is somehow helping the ancient structure survive, repairing it, when we all know that it doesn't need our help at all. This site was obviously destroyed on purpose. It is not crumbling and falling apart over time. The scaffolding is, in a sense, a magic trick. It's there to make 99% of people think that our civilization is giving this place an upgrade, making our civilization think that we are more advanced and that it needs our help, when it doesn't need our help at all. When we construct our buildings like this, and then you have the previous civilization's work towering over it, we are not evolving and we are not advancing. We have a side-by-side comparison right here. Now that we have a solid understanding of this area and what it looks like a little bit, let's all take this thing up a notch and have some fun. We know that the population mathematically was basically nothing in the 1200s. We've calculated it to around 17,700 people worldwide. Now, could you imagine the 600s based on the math and the data that we've been given, at a decreasing population rate of 66.17% every 69 years, where we saw that there would have only been 11.8 million people in 1610 and 17,000 people in the year 1196. Well, I did the math, and based on the numbers that they have provided us, and based on a 66.1765% population decrease rate per 69 years, in the year 600, the population worldwide would have been 3 people, meaning that either the beginning of human existence was in or around the year 644, based on math, or something massive happened and reset the population very recent. Either way, something massive is going on here that's just been uncovered, especially when the mainstream history tells us that the Acropolis of Athens, Greece, was constructed on a massive hill around the year -1300 to -1200, which we know the population
33.
worldwide would have been 0. Even if the population hasn't always decreased at 66%, the simple fact is that going back in time, the population decreases. This is proven through the data that they provided us. The population in -1300, however you want to go about it, would have been 0. If you are going off the mainstream story, their data, you can say that there were plagues. You can say that there were these stories, when we know that these stories have massive flaws at this point. Anything provided hundreds of years ago can easily be picked apart. We have done this hundreds of times at this point, based on facts, things that we can prove, things that we have here right in front of us, data. It proves to me that we aren't wrong. The population data was always a massive key for us, a key that proves that there was a previous civilization here before us, and something massive happened in this place that we all live, right around the year 1776, worldwide. This information, this data, that 3 people were here worldwide in the year 644. This math, it's been here. It's always been here. It's just been waiting for us to see it. And now that we all do, we can all go much, much deeper.
Love it. All right, I got another one that I saw that I want to watch. This one looked good too. I get behind on my research because
What do we do?
I got 3 kids and so much shit to do constantly.
About the state of the world. Perhaps it always seems like it's falling apart. With the research we do, we discover that it fell apart long ago. They want to teach us that everything is progressing, but a quick study shows that things have only gone backwards. I am truly a conservative. I despise the socialistic agenda in the past and present, though I do think we should work together as sovereign individuals. I don't blame those in power for the recent control grab. I think with the death of the Queen, there's a shift taking place, a new order, and this new group is not wasting any time rolling out their agendas. What the past events in the last few years have shown us is that all nations, all leaders, are actually following the same playbook. Doesn't matter what their political standing, free elections seem to be a thing of the past, and many nations don't even get the illusion. You're just stuck with your leader. And again, I don't blame them. It is perhaps their karma, and these people will simply play their roles. And as for me, I ask the same, that I'm left to play my role. I know I was born with God-given rights, and I will exercise those until my death. I thank you for being here, and welcome.
Welcome.
So today I've compiled a list. It's not a complete list, but it's a snapshot of this research. The research into the old world and our true origins. So it's not in order, because that's one of the most difficult things to make sense of, the chronology. But for many, this research begins with the World's Fair. All of the World's Fairs. There were hundreds of them, and it's a great place to start. Going back to the mid-1800s, almost every major city in the world hosts some sort of fair. We're told these fairs took a year or two to build, that they were temporary, and eventually destroyed. Hundreds of buildings at each fair.
There you go, Morgan.
And as little as just 1 or 2 remain. We have them in St. Louis, Chicago, San Francisco, even in the Midwest. And it's one thing if they all looked different, or even looked like fairs. But what they look like is elegant cities with waterways and absolutely overbuilt for the population and budget of the time. When we study these buildings...
Now, like, they could have been made out of stucco. That's what they say. They say they were like fake buildings. Most of them they just put up like temporarily. But then there's this permanent, we found out this permanent like architecture to them underneath. So that's pretty crazy.
We see that they're anything but temporary.
They say they ripped them down. They built them to rip them down.
We see anywhere in the world. And it is a complete untruth to say that a 4, 5, 6-story building is temporary. A building must be structurally sound to stand. And this 100% means it is not temporary. So again,
That's pretty good. So 6 stories is too big to be temporary? 5, 6-story building?
Again, if the World's Fair in Chicago resembles the World's Fair in Brazil, we must be dealing with something other than a fair. All the same time period,
he's great.
all brought down, essentially demolished, and this seems to mark a beginning point. So the beginning point.
Keep showing up. It works if you work it,
call
Daryl.
this the reset. What we see is fully built out cities, built of brick, stone, intricate metalwork, and empty streets. Streets of mud, oftentimes brick poking up through the mud, and we see horse and wagons. Very few. Now it's
Man, that Flat Earth Farms Hella Jelly tastes great. Flat Earth Farms Hella Jelly. Sponsored by Flat Earth Farms Hella Jelly. Get yours at a Flat Earth Farms near you.
the same thing in every city. The first pictures show completely built out cities with no people, as if somebody is documenting the beginning. One of my favorite things to do over and over on this channel is to read the story of these towns and cities and buildings, hoping for a logical explanation. And what we find is hastily written historical accounts of the beginning, and way these go up so fast.
Nope. Buffering.
A real country breakfast, the best you ever tried. Pick up some Flat Earth Farms breakfast bud bites.
Flat Earth Farms breakfast bud bites. Made with the best cuts of bud. Just like to your plate. Tasty breakfast.
There's a fine.
Doesn't make the whole city and still be using outhouses and architecture have all been before this introduction of power. I typically focus on North America because it's A, where I live, and B, one of the youngest nations, we are told. But the same thing can be done anywhere in the world. People often dismiss Europe and say, well, it's very old. But it's no different in Europe. Same predicament. How are they building all of these cities without power, modern tools, and technology? When photography does finally get reintroduced, in my opinion, this is the kind of scene that we have. Again, a city, cathedrals, spires, and a complete mess. Every city having problems with sewage. Doesn't make any sense that you would have a whole city and still be using outhouses, unless you're just moving into this city in ruins.
Is that that's what they showed?
The ruins
oh,
that we do
at.
see, we generically call the mud flood. I mean, it's mud and ruins everywhere, not looking like normal living. Giant walls and castles, domes, gold.
Flat Earth Farms is a magical place. Magical.
Metal tech and then mud everywhere. Horse and wagon people building little wooden ramps everywhere. Wooden sidewalks. Wooden shacks when they do build something. Surrounded by this. More specifically, the mud flood. It's talking about all the debris that has buried the buildings. Here, for example, we can see the door.
Look at that, dude. Oh, that's a good
church.
One. Whoa,
And the door is halfway up.
Wow.
I mean, are you really building this?
Oh, let's go. I always miss it. Look at that. Look at that, dude. I don't know, though. I mean, for a big church like that, that's probably like a 12. What do you think? 12 feet? No, maybe a little more. 14-foot foundation. If that was a foundation, it's like a 14-foot foundation. But I mean, that's pretty normal. If it went a little bit lower, I would say. But I don't know, man. It's iffy. It's definitely iffy. Because look at this. That's the ground. That's the ground level right there where these guys are. So maybe, yeah, maybe, or over here it's different. It's a tough one. Let's see what John Levi says about it.
Half of the building, or has this been repurposed to accommodate this cataclysmic event? In modern times, they are constantly discovering buildings underground. Not archaeologists.
Hello, Daryl. You need to upload more vids to your Flat Earth Farms channel.
Construction workers putting in utilities.
Yeah, you do
in
need an
city
Instagram,
centers,
I think.
and discovering a whole realm of brick below our feet. This is the mud flood. What else are you going to call it? Oftentimes, people ask me, what do you think the mud flood is? And I think that it's a byproduct of not only water creating a flood, a jolting of the fishbowl, but also some great electrical discharges that essentially cooked this realm, and all living creatures returned their waters
You definitely should look into Flat Earth Farms, Daniel Becker. It's for us.
back to the earth. All the trees, giant trees, all the creatures turning to water, buildings buried. And of course,
Singe.
I don't know, but it seems pretty plausible.
Nancy, tell Singe that Daryl needs the videos put together. All right. Send Singe the facsimile. Nancy.
We may have some clue of this event in our mainstream history. Just like every major city has a World's Fair, every city has not only one, but several great fires.
You enjoying it tonight? You enjoying this?
Oh, absolutely loving it, man. Absolutely loving it. I was showing you earlier this evening.
On your show? I love it. I love it. I love it. So I've been officially put on Isabella 2.0 now.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah.
Great stuff. Yeah. Dude, all that. What did you have? All them nugs you had yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before?
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. I got.
You got it. Full screen. You're full screen.
Yeah.
All right. Explain away.
Okay.
Explain away.
All right. Oh, right on. This is the Alaska. Okay. Well, this is the Alaskan thunderfuck. I can't believe how this stuff looks. Like it's absolutely dynamite.
And this is so we can clarify. This is Canadian. This is Canadian.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this is So this is Alaskan thunderfuck Canadian.
Yeah. Okay. So this is like $25 or whatever. Okay, I can't.
It's $25 a handful, eh?
Like per ounce.
Oh, for an
Now
ounce?
he's got the greenest bud.
For like a fist, you like a fistful. It's like $25. That's pretty good, dude. That's a good price.
Like it's all. I mean, I'm gonna show you some other ones or whatever. Like the grape stomper looks really good.
Yeah, the grape stomper. Alaskan thunderfuck was always one of my favorites. The grape stomper is a great
Here
one.
we go. Right on.
Oh, is it outdoor? Outdoor?
Nope, it's indoor, man. That's
indoor?
the thing.
It's indoor?
It's so huge. Okay, the glass jar, it took up a whole glass jar for 1.5 ounces. I was like, "Can I get 2 ounces?" He was like, "No, the whole entire cookie jar."
It makes me feel good because that means that
it's all bud.
Morgan, it means that my outdoor is so good it looks like indoor.
And it's absolutely insanely strong. I could not believe how strong this comes out. Like they're all like it's all bud. You know what I mean? Like it's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do the stick test.
Oh yeah, like here. This is, and it's all like like all like that, like tie stick almost.
Yeah, like a lot of I can see it. I mean, you could hold if you hold it back a little bit more from the camera, it'll look better. I think. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's absolutely dynamite. Like right there, I crushed that. Right, I put that in the joint, man. And I can't. can't finish the doobie. In fact, I'm gonna smoke that right now. You know what I mean? That okay?
It's that stuff that you gotta like put it down.
What do you mean? Like
you gotta like put the joint down, like you smoke like half.
Oh yeah, dude. Yes,
yeah. I need that stuff.
Yes, exactly right. Exactly. I'm buying all the different kinds in order to find out what kind is the good kind. Exactly right.
Yeah, I haven't had stuff like that. There's like different types. There's like some stuff you can just keep smoking. You can smoke for like 3 hours straight, like constantly, and and then there's some stuff you gotta like put it down half the way.
Here it is. Okay, Ray, I've got that stuff. Okay, that stuff is like, look, I got. Okay, that stuff is called the Sunset Sherbet.
Yeah. Oh, I love the Sunset Sherbet, dude. That stuff is bomb.
Yes. Okay, it's like mad. Now this is Sensimilia. Okay.
Yeah.
The Sunset Sherbet. This will take you soaring. Okay, like in a mental high. Like.
Wow.
Like here, I can show you. I think the buzz.
Yeah, that one looks better, dude. More rounded, more full. The other ones you were showing me kind of looked.
That's how the Thunderfuck looks. I imagine probably no one ever sells that commercially because of how it looks and how much room it takes up in the bag.
Well, you're right, Morgan, because every time I've gotten it, it was either an extract or a cartridge or.
That's right, which is why I was so blown away when I saw. I was like, who would grow this? Because look how much room it takes up. It wouldn't be viable for a grow to grow the Thunderfuck. Unless you were turning it into like a commercial grow that they were making the vape stuff out of. Exactly what I thought, Ray.
Exactly.
So when I tried, so understanding that this was grown indoor and this is hydro, it just, for the size of it, you know what I mean? I was like, I can't believe it, which is why I knew I was in for a huge treat, right? So I I'm rolling up, doing that right now, and the thing is, it's so sticky, so resinous, okay?
Rotman wants
doesn't look that way though, does it? It doesn't look that way though. Hey,
Rotman wants some from you. He wants you to send
here. I want to keep showing you though. I want to keep showing. Okay, now, okay. Oh, but the price $25 for that Alaskan Thunderfuck.
Wow,
yeah,
dude, $25 is nothing.
Yes. Now here's another of that Sunset Sherbet. I mean, it looks like the other one, but I mean, just to show you, how big the ounces look.
Put you full screen.
Like that.
All right, hold up your 4 fingers across it. Let's say 4 fingers or more across it, across the bag, right in front. Yeah, it's about 4. It's about 4 fingers. Yeah.
Like, look at the Alaskan Thunderfuck. That one is like here. I still got to put the rest of it back in, but I mean, like.
Rock wants some too. You're making everybody mouth water, Morgan.
Like that's the Alaskan Thunderfuck, you know what I'm saying? And like,
is this
the whole bag was bud.
Is this the best thing about being Canadian? Is this the best thing about being Canadian?
I think so. I think so. Like these buds are awesome. The Thunderfuck is amazing. Except that's the thing. You wouldn't grow this commercially unless you were turning it into something else because of the absolute room it like they sit there and here, okay, I want to show you the purple grape, the grape stomper. Okay, here's the bag. Here is the Thunderfuck in the bag.
Wow. Yeah, it's big. That one's fluffy as fuck. That one's huge.
And that's
like 6 fingers.
Yeah, like look at that. That was and
look
when
at that.
First put it,
and it's thick. It's fat.
I smoked a bunch out of this bag, Ray, last night. So I mean,
wow.
when it came out, it was the whole bag. And when he put it in, the whole entire thing was in a cookie jar, and the whole cookie jar could only take 1.5 ounces of the Thunderfuck. I said, "Can I have 2 ounces, please?" He was like, "Oh, it only has 1.5 ounces in it," and I would have had to pay $28 for the second half O because of the prices, right? Because the O is obviously cheaper.
Is it
now? Yeah. That Sunset Sherbet, right? That Sunset Sherbet was $40. Okay, so that came to now I got a discount.
So wait, $40,
$44
Canadian is like a roughly how much American?
Probably 53.
So $53 for how much?
Well, an ounce of the sherbet.
An ounce?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Now this,
indoor. Yeah, that's
this
good.
the Chernobyl.
Oh,
Now this stuff
radioactive.
is that pine. You know the stuff
Oh,
that's pine.
dude, they sell that at the dispensaries in Boston.
Yeah,
I've seen
and
it.
it comes on when you smoke. When it comes on like this, run, and you're like, whoa, is that a creeper? And then just like the nuclear explosion is supposed to be, it Chernobyl, it go boom and just boom. Yeah.
Wow.
I know, man.
Wow.
Now that as well. Now, okay, I got 2 ounces.
You said it had a pine smell?
I got 2 ounces. Yes, it's got a pine smelly. It smells like pine. And what else? What else? It smells like pine.
When I was younger, I used to think the pine smell was like because they grew it in the middle of like a pine forest.
I know, man. That's what I used to
That's
think
what
too.
I
I thought,
thought.
oh, this must have been grown out in BC in a pine forest or something.
Yeah,
Like that.
dude, people used to tell me it was from Vermont because there's a lot of pine trees there, and then I realized, dude, they got that shit in Cali. I think it's from Cali. I think it originated.
Yeah,
in
it probably would have been, man. Okay, like right on. Yeah, like this is the this is a Chernobyl that I got, right? Like these are this is 2 ounces of Chernobyl.
Yeah.
And that
Oh,
was,
let's put it up on screen. All right, let's get them up there.
Yeah.
Boom. Wow.
What part of Canada does that
I'm
come
in
from?
southern Ontario. I was able to get this because at the native reservations they don't.
Yeah.
The tax
Morgan.
on the smokes is this. It's not on the weed either. So the weeds is half the
Morgan,
price.
I used to go to the
town.
I used to go to the native reservation right on the border of New York, upstate New York.
Yeah, there's like 4 or
Yeah.
5, if not 7 shops right on our native reservation here.
They got
weed
good
shops.
weed. The natives.
Oh,
got good weed.
the weed is excellent. Like that's it. It
Unbelievable.
has to be. It has to be. They're very discerning. Yeah, like they've got the.
They grow hydro and shit. They grow a lot of hydro up there.
That it's all hydro, man. It's all
yeah,
hydro.
yeah.
Like, and I've still even got I've still got
Can I get it?
a
Can I
pound
get
of
it
this
in
stuff at home.
British
Like,
Columbia?
I've still got another pound of this.
The
I know
BC
you can't
Dro,
see this, but
the BC Dro is called Beasters. BC Hydro.
yeah,
It's
okay.
really, it's really good.
I've got the Grape Stomper here. All right. Have you heard of Grape Stomper?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm 15 miles from the British Columbia border.
Oh, if you could get the Beasters, then, dude, you got to go there and you got to talk to the farmers, the Canadian farmers, dude.
Here it is.
They can grow
This
legally.
is the designer one. This is the most expensive bag I got. Okay. Because this is the designer. This is Grape Stomper. Now, it smells like grapes. like it smells exactly like it's supposed to. It's indica dominant.
Nice. You like the indica dominant? I'm liking sativas more nowadays.
It is. I like the hybrid or the full the land race like Durban.
I just like the land races, dude. The hybrids are kind of like getting on my nerves because it's like two strains that I know really well mixed together, but they don't blend well all the time.
Okay, right on. Like I had GMO cookies and GMO and animal cookies together. That was great.
Some of them are great, yeah, but then some of them I'm like, I don't know.
Like, have you tried like AK-47?
Oh yeah, AK-47. That's a classic.
Yeah,
classic. Yeah, that stuff like that is good. You know,
Yeah,
I notice like for me, I'm more like I have more of like a clear feeling.
When
I have a land race, when I smoke the stuff that's like too hybrided, it makes me feel all foggy and negative freaking feelings.
I hear you, Ray. Absolutely great, bud, man.
What do you got? Oh, let's show. What's that? What's that, Keely? What is it? Pull it back a little bit. Pull it back a little bit more. All right, right there. Oh, now spin it around. Right there. All right, what is it? It's spiky.
Something.
That one is spiky.
Purple
OG stuff.
Purple OG.
Oh, purple OG. Nice. Yeah, that's nice.
Purple OG Kush. Yeah, man. I thought
Wonderful.
so. That looks
Wonderful.
wonderful. Like exactly what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I don't have any big nugs to show. I have some, but nothing big.
Yeah, this stuff's great price too.
Oh yeah, you get what?
1,500.
1,500 for how much?
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's great.
I'm all out of weed.
No way.
Oh,
That sucks.
That sucks, man.
I'm
That, you know,
smoking
like,
all my resin.
Oh, you should never smoke resin. It's like all the carcinogens that you weren't supposed to smoke. It gets you low. It doesn't make you feel high. It makes you feel low. You ever notice that?
I think Buddy likes it.
Oh man.
Some people like it, Ray.
Yeah.
Like I know.
Great fires. All around the same
But
time
yeah,
period.
this
or at
grape
least
stomper.
at the beginning of the
I
construction
wonder what kind of
of
weed
most of these
Tartarians
cities.
smoke.
In the case with San Francisco,
I would
it
think
burnt
I would think
down
they smoked the best.
6 or
The
7
best of the best
times
sticky
before
icky.
the Great Fire of 1906. And I think a grain of truth has
They
been
probably had electronic vape pens that just worked with the ether.
applied
I
to
agree.
even our modern history. But rather than
I think they
all
did
of these
dabs.
fires being isolated, we zoom the camera lens out and see the bigger picture. In this early time period, every city and often town is burning. And that leads us into the construction timelines. Back in this time period, with no power and a very small population, apparently you could build entire buildings.
I love it though. It's like everybody that watches my show is a stoner. It's like we have a stoner show, a truther stoner show about mud flood, and it's great.
In 1 year, buildings
So
were
we have
burning down,
We have a
only to be
we have a
rebuilt.
complete stoner audience. I mean, I bet you if YouTube took a survey, it would be like 100% stoner.
Oh, yeah.
In a year. And what we've come to discover is photo manipulation has
Yeah,
been
that's
going on since the beginning. And they proudly tell us their techniques on how they would do these manipulations, usually for portraits. But what we've come to discover is that all construction photos for our history are employing these techniques. These photos are more of a mockery and a distraction to putting the puzzle pieces together. Are you enjoying your meal, Harry? Oh, just delightful. A little breezy, I might say. Well, this is a stupid job. Can I get you some more wine, sir? Now let's talk about tech.
Nice.
Tech in the old world is just as over the top as everything else. Again, in a time before power, we see very advanced technologies being displayed. We are told most of what we see is a lightning rod, something we don't do today, but that seems to have been so important to everyone in this time period. Fortunately, before I started doing this research, I studied the work of Nikola Tesla. And Nikola Tesla had many patented designs resembling these so-called lightning rods. And what we can see is if we do a search for antennas or vintage antenna, we pretty much get the same thing. I've proposed that even Tesla may have been a fake, essentially reverse engineering all this tech from the old world. Whether or not that's true, I believe that the information he's given credit for is legit, and these free energy devices do work and are indeed older than the man they call Nikola Tesla. And here's a look at one of those.
I guarantee
one of
you.
my favorites.
I guarantee
Here
you.
can see the patent
It's like
number.
100% of my
And
audience.
To this day,
Oh, no,
you
no.
cannot
33% no.
purchase such a device.
So far.
I think a lot of inventors and authors will fall under
But
the
more
same
than less.
situation.
67%
Essentially
are.
taking credit for more
Alright.
than is possible
Well, at least they're
to
being honest
accomplish
about it.
by one man in one lifetime. And I would like to see a world where we were using these technologies. Much of this information must have come out before the energy barons would hijack the system,
What's Q&A?
making us
Start a
dependent
Q&A?
on their oil. What it seems like
and
is
answer.
every old city in
No, I know,
the
but
realm
how do-
also had
Alright,
trolleys.
let's see what
And
happens
It
if I
seems like
s-
these
let's see what happens if I
trolleys
start a
ran
Q&A.
off of electricity.
Do it.
Again, before the widespread introduction of electricity.
Let's see what
and
the-
soon they would
let's-
dismantle them all. Even Salt Lake City had trolleys running through the cities
I don't know
right
how
from
to
the
do this,
get-go.
so.
Then they
Testing.
would dismantle them, and it would take another 100
I'll
years
answer
before
some
they would
questions.
bring the
I
trolleys
don't know.
back. The Erie Canal was built in
Select a
8
question.
years, digging through forests, through solid granite,
Yeah.
using
I don't-
black
well,
powder
now they're
because it was
confusing.
supposedly built before dynamite. So
Illuminati
just crude
confirmed.
black powder, horse and wagon, several miles per day, digging out this canal, only to abandon it. Today, much of the canal is in
I don't know. What is it doing? Is it asking you guys questions, or do I have to ask the
paved
questions?
over. Was this older
remove all questions.
than
All
you're
right.
telling us?
Okay.
Next, I want to talk about Tartaria.
So I guess I can ask a question if I wanted to. That's cool. I just don't have any
Tartaria is
questions
an
for you.
area in Russia. In fact, it's the name of Russia long before
No, you didn't,
it would
Jonathan.
become what it is today. The further back,
Jonathan, you didn't mess my show up. It was great. It's all right. It was just
Yes.
we just keep it on track, dude. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it, man. It happens. I've had people come on way more drunk than that, and I don't judge, and I drink too. So don't worry about it. One day, me and you, Jonathan, will get shit faced, and it'll be fun.
in time you go, you will see thousands of maps indicating that this area is Tartaria. Cities everywhere.
Thanks,
Towns
Fourth Wall Observer. How are you
depicted as
doing anyway, man?
castles.
Hanging out? I haven't seen you in a
Oftentimes
while.
this research is labeled as Tartaria. And I think that's unfair. It's just one piece of the puzzle. And we simply ask, why is this not taught?
Look
Why
at
was
this. Let's
this
look at
not
this
even
map.
uttered?
Okay, so this is Tartaria, and this is above Russia, right? Supposedly, is that where it is? Let's see, because they show it in different places. So I'm trying to see. Personally, where is this, dude? Oceans.
I'm trying to.
I know. I'm trying to place it in my head where this is. Look, like, doesn't look like anywhere. Any of these, I don't recognize anything. Belgium. Is it Belgium? Well, all I know is it's said to be up above Russia to the right. You know, that's where it was. But then other people show maps where it was like all over the place, like in different places.
It's probably around above Siberia.
There you go.
School. I mean, we're taught about old Egypt,
Bingo,
old Greece and Rome, and not a peep about this nation.
Thumbs up,
But
post,
this
share,
idea
or
isn't
don't.
any different than every corner of the realm. Everything has a new name. Everything has a new history. It's just that they were a little sloppy about this one. They could have written hundreds of false narratives for this country, but instead they chose to omit it. And once it was discovered in this community, it opened up the floodgates. And not only do we see a complete population being settled in, we also see populations across the ocean here in America, in what would now be Alaska, and the western coast. And what can we make? We're left on our own when it comes to these histories. I mean, if it's been omitted from history, then we have to put our own puzzle pieces together. Well, here we go. Here's an old map of Tartaria. We see castles.
Just get your ass to next meetup on that, Jonathan. I'll drink you under the table.
Again, the symbol for a city. And if that wasn't enough, we see the Great Wall, depicted with towers, and looking as if Tartaria is putting up the wall and keeping China out. Well, it's clear who lost this battle. I should just say that I love Chinese culture. One of my favorite collection of wisdom. Again, teachings that I wish were understood by the masses today, even the Chinese. And it seems to me that the Chinese have inherited this old wisdom that is now being eradicated. Things like medicine, qigong, and philosophy, like Taoism. In China's histories, we're told that all of this great wisdom came from the Yellow Emperor from day one. And again, in my opinion, it was inherited. The Yellow Emperor was probably not even Chinese.
Any new music, fam? Anything lately? I haven't really got any notifications. Just wondering.
But rather Tartarian. So of course, architecture is a biggie. Architecture
my show there.
is
Well, oh yeah. What did you? Yeah, you did have something, right, Morgan? What was it? I forget. What show was it? I'm gonna bring it up. It was good. I was watching. No, I was asking. What's his face? Flattercord, because he always comes up with cool stuff too. I'll look it up. Yeah. What's up, John?
Just wrote it.
I sent you a song, Buried Alive.
Yeah.
You can't play that though, can you?
No. I like to play music from the community. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Which because you know I can get away with it. Which one was it, Morgan?
I just wrote it, man. I just wrote it like
the one that you were playing the other day, right? You were playing a new song.
I'm Isabella Live. I just wrote it, man. I just wrote it.
I know it was. It was good, but which one? Where do I find it? Why I Hate My Mother? Yeah, that's what it was, right?
Yeah. Background. It's the last one I did, man.
It's right here. No, it's right here. This is the one I liked. I got it.
Like she's still playing, dude. What? She was like 70, right? Okay.
This was the one I saw you doing the other day, Morgan, and I was like, "Wow, it's good."
What's a miracle?
It sounded like punk rock.
Torched your house. Oh, right on. Cool. Yeah. Oh, I wrote something yesterday too.
Oh, yeah. Well, I like this was the one.
What it says is it's better that you do these things.
This one was good. I'll check the one out. I'll check the one out yesterday too.
Oh, cool, man. Right on. Yeah. Better that you do these things so I can call you out. Get it to the. Oh, right on. Says it's better to be wrong without a doubt. I'd have to go check this out. Like if you hunt me.
No, you know what I noticed about it, Morgan? That the sound was like perfect. You were like sitting like in the right spot. You know, it was like coming through. Watch, it's good.
Find it so you can show it. Show it to me.
I think it's right here, right?
Yeah, right on. That's the thing, man. On my own, I can't edit my stuff together and put it on a single thing. I know it's the simplest computers do, but
I could edit it for you.
No, I mean,
Mr. Super Sidewinder would do it for you. He's good.
Not that. It's the computer can't. Like every day of my lives. This has never been played before.
This is a first.
I was gone for 2 weeks. I came back. I sat down and I play this. That's what I do. Writing it. Do it.
What are you saying? We're gonna jam after this? I got my guitar.
I did an original concert like an hour ago.
Where is it? Are you about to start playing it now, or I gotta?
I did it early, and I did it like.
I know. I'm wondering.
Music earlier tonight, and I'm really proud of, man.
I'm waiting to see if I can get to it. I think I gotta fast forward a little bit. Let's see. Is this it? Let's see what happens if I move up a little. Oh no, buffering. I can't believe a new computer is buffering. That must be the internet, though. Wow.
It's called "When Do We Have the Conversation About Taking Up Arms Against the Government?"
No,
Oh, this is, I love this, man.
This wasn't the one though. This one I'm looking for.
Wild, eh? And I wrote all these, you know, one day, and I do it every day.
Maybe this was it. Hold
Wild.
on. Yeah, you do it every day. You just write new songs right off the top of your head.
Yep, that's right.
I know it's good.
Well alive.
But I was looking for the punk rock song you were doing. Maybe it wasn't on that. Maybe it was the. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was the next one. Hold on, let's check. I was watching you.
Oh
I'll
no,
see you guys
that
later.
would have been when I'm doing it. I was doing it. And you're on the right thing. That's when I was doing it. Like whatever that thing you're talking about.
It was that one. It was that one.
Yeah, you're on the right thing. I can tell you that right now.
All right. I'll have to find it then.
The last time I did that's the jam. I jammed out. You know.
Yeah, I thought I thought it was.
But I just did another one. But I mean, the one that obviously you got is not the one that I was just doing while you were live doing your show 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Tonight. Like that's what I mean. Like I've gone off and wrote new songs, did a whole concert in between the hour that do that.
Where is it? Did I go too far? No, that
it's in that.
It wasn't there.
I say,
is it the beginning?
Like a narcissist.
No.
It almost sounds like that's from
Well, then it got me to slow down, lay down, oh, it got me to slow down low. Oh, it got me to roll down, lay down, oh, it got me to roll out slow. And there you go. An hour's worth of work.
Is this it? Hold on.
My computer's working. But
no. No, that wasn't it.
yeah, it should be right. The whole entire thing has a big real strings.
Hey. No, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. I know it. I know it's here.
There we go. Yeah.
No, because you were really singing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. That's cool. Sounds like drums. You make your own drums while you're playing.
Yep. You have to.
Nice. You're fast.
Right
man.
on.
That was fast.
Thank you. Yeah.
Morgan, why don't you just play it for us right now? Do you have your guitar?
What?
Don't you?
Because I wrote it the other day, man.
Oh, you don't.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
yeah. That's awesome.
Like, I just wrote it the other day, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're right. That's awesome, Morgan. I don't know where it is either, but where is this?
No, I'd be able to find intelligence. I was surprised. Well, it was so like
Send them back. It might have been that.
So this one must have been after.
You know what? It might have been. No, it might have
There
been.
we go.
It might have been this stream, dude. It might have been this stream. Hold on, let's check it.
No, dude, I just did that like a half an hour ago. So I mean, if you want to check it out, you can because it's awesome too. You know, but I imagine it's on this one here.
Did you play guitar on here? Did you play guitar on here at all?
What?
Did you play guitar on this one?
I just went and I did another stream.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
No, I know what
When?
you're saying.
What is it
No,
called?
it's all good.
Oh, what are you looking at?
I was looking at 5 new strains to try. No, I didn't. I just looked through it. I didn't see it. All right, we'll figure it out.
Okay, no, it's not because here's the one right here at the end of my mother, the one. So this is the one right here. It's at the end of I hate my mom, right?
It is.
And why I hope she dies, right?
It's at the very end.
So, yeah, so there it is, right there.
Can you play it?
Now, here we are. Oh, I could play that right now easily.
No, I mean, I
can play the pattern that I'm doing.
No,
yeah.
I'm saying, can you replay this? Can you share the song since you found it?
I can play the pattern that I'm doing. Yeah.
You can play it if you want, but I'm saying, can you share it off the video?
Like I know.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's what it was. I think. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it was. I think. Oh god.
Like.
All right.
Okay, how about that? That's me playing that. But now you said I was singing though, right?
Yeah.
What was the thing that you were talking about that you saw me doing?
It sounded like punk. It sounded like punk rock. It was different from what you normally play. And I was like, wow, he can do that style too. I was like, he's fucking. I was thinking,
and I was doing it with the guitar, and it was working in unison.
It sounded like really good quality coming through, and I was like, he's like sitting in a sweet spot right now. I was like, this would be a good recording.
Now, could have you been listening to something that wasn't me, okay, could have you been listening to?
It could have been. I don't know what it was.
Old one of mine.
It could have been, yeah. It could have been. But I thought I was talking to you in the chat though.
Oh no, because I remember you talking to me in the chat.
Yeah, remember when I was like, saying
talking about that in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
I was playing this.
It was like yesterday. Yeah, it was like yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like missing. Did YouTube make it disappear out of the stream? It's not there because I remember you doing it and I can't find it.
Oh, I did a 4-hour one where I erased it because
that might have been
the sound wasn't working on. No, the sound wasn't working on that one. The one I erased, the sound wasn't working on. So you couldn't have heard me say anything on it. That's what I just realized.
Yeah.
So no, the punk stuff should be on somewhere.
Ray was listening to punk yesterday.
Yeah.
Iggy Pop.
Oh yeah, you sent me a punk song too, and then when I
heard
heard Morgan's, I was like, yeah, it's like.
But I bet it's still on here, man. I bet it's still here.
It's probably still there.
Remember the name of the song, Ray?
No, it was just a song Morgan played.
No, the song I sent you by Iggy Pop.
No, what was it?
It's called No Fun.
Yeah, No Fun.
1969.
Wow, that was long before I was born. Look at that.
I think that's in Georgia.
Oh no, I want to show something. All right, let's go back to this. Yep, got it.
More specifically, has 1,000 years been added to our timeline to make sense of all the wonders we see throughout the realm? And in my opinion, yes, the time frame has been recomposed to fit a new narrative. And I think when we look at the old world buildings everywhere, zooming out the lens to the widest possible perspective, it becomes clear that this construction is not the construction of people just beginning. It is the most difficult means of construction, even to this day. It would not even be attempted with the means we are told people had in the past. And so who built everything if we didn't build it? Was it the Tartars? Again, like I said before, this is just one corner of the realm. It is possible, but we don't even really know who the Tartars are. They talk about Genghis Khan in this region, and Khan means king. And it seems like a Khan, or a handful of them, were dethroned. And accepted history is much more than just history to those in power. The accepted history, whether it's true or not, is what entitles those in power to their seat. It's always been that way. And when we look at history and really study this architecture, it seems like maybe it was designed for and by a different people, a larger people. And could this be the elephant in the room?
Yes.
Is this why it was so important to discard portions of our history?
Okay, great, good stuff. Good stuff, John.
John
You
Levy's
guys
the man.
keep it coming. All right, we have boom, Tartaria's downfall, the collapse.
Welcome to the Restitutor Orbis channel, and today we're going to complete our last exploration on Tartaria as a whole. In the past, we've looked at the greater glories of Tartaria. We've explored what it may have looked like, and these are just theories because the reality is we have no idea exactly what it looked like. But we have a good idea of what it may have looked like based on the remaining architectural examples that we have that endured to our own civilization in the Fifth Era. And yet, for whatever reason, the civilization of the Fourth Era, what we call Tartaria on this channel, is a civilization that we find very elusive.
Like 2 minutes, 1 hour.
Yep. Yeah, that is it, dude. You found it.
Yep.
Nice. I got it. Yep, that was it. All right, let's see.
Because this is where you were first in the chat. Yeah, this is where you're in because you're in the chat talking, dude. You're Boston Ray, nice more. It's like punk. You got your sound pretty good. There today, my friend. My nickname was Pro Tuner in high school, pal.
yeah. My nickname was that was it. My nickname was Pro Tuner in high school.
Yeah. Oh, down, down, roll down, lay down. Oh, down, down, roll out slow. And there you go, an hour's worth of work. One whole entire kick-ass thing that I wrote. Now the woods and getting go down, lay down. All right, the woods and getting burn them down. Getting to the woods and out, right them, lay down. Go in the woods and getting lay down, down. I'm doing a tutorial on how anybody can learn how to, and how anybody can do what I do. Digging down, go down, lay down, wood, digging down, lay down, low. And any word that words down. Pattern. Not pattern. My old lady got to go down, lay down. Write down a scenario. Anyone. Write down a small story. I got it written down. Slow down, slow down. Now I got it written down, roll down. Roll with the cotton mouth and going down to lay down. when you roll with the cottonmouth. Roll down, lay down. When you go rolling with the cottonmouth, roll down slow. I'm talking about when you're in the world of serpents. You are to be as shrewd as a serpent, for the people of the world are. And the thing is, you gotta have it recorded, or else you won't remember how it goes. Ha ha! Later on, you'll be like, "Oh, I wrote that.
Yeah.
Dang, what was
You're
it?"
right. That
It was
happens to
great.
me
It
all
was
the time,
amazing. If I
Morgan.
could just remember it. You gotta roll it, gotta roll down, lay down. Well, thank you so much for playing this, Ray. Respect, brother.
There you
The
go.
thing
That's
is, you gotta
Jamaican.
play that a whole bunch of times till it becomes nothing to you. Just like left hand, right hand, switch on the piano. Roll down slow, go with the cottonmouth and roll down slow, go with the cottonmouth and roll down slow. Roll down, roll with the cottonmouth and roll down slow. See, and that's your move. It's like you come on up. With the cottonmouth and roll down, flow down, flow. With the cottonmouth and roll down, flow. When the roll with the cottonmouth and roll down, lay down, roll with the cottonmouth and roll down, flow.
Do-de-do. Look around me, you mofo.
There you go. Watching all the clocks run backwards, slowly choking out my lungs, throwing all the stones around me until all that's left is one. Euthanasia haunt me nightly till the master's work is done, till the master's work is done, till the master's work is done. And while I've got angels all around me, lighting the fires that free man from feelings. waters inside me again. Feel your spirit inside me again. Promise lies will time it binds you. Pace God's taking all that's gold. Perspective curve my thought around you. Milk my blood until it turns salt to fresh to leave me thirsty. A star to call robots home. Our soul, our fortune, decisions fleeting. Until all have made their choice. And while I've got angels all around me, hey, lighting the fires that free men from feeling. Send your waters inside me, I pray. Feel your spirit inside me this day. Watching all the clocks from backwards, slowly choking out my lungs, throwing all the stones around, watching all watching all the clocks run backward to oblivion, to oblivion. While watching all the clocks run backwards, slowly choking out my lungs, throwing all the stones around me, until all that's left is one. Euthanasia haunt me nightly, till their master's work is done. Give to all just what they're asking, sex and death is all flesh wants. And I've got angels all around. Right on, man. All right.
That sounded good, Morgan.
Thanks, man.
Can you hear this?
Oh, you're jamming on it.
No, I'm just wondering. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
I'm not in tune. So I can hear something's out of tune.
Trying to play a part in society. Fooled by the tricks that once were golden. You trust in things like government and gravity. Truth is in your face, but you look at the same. You say, no, 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 no. Not a fucking globe. No, 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 no. It's not a fucking globe. Not a fucking globe. Not a fucking globe. Not a fucking globe. No, 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 no. Not a fucking globe. Not a fucking globe. Not a fucking globe. No. Shout to the club as a kid in school. Trust and believe them, but they got you fooled. The guys that walk in space are in a swimming pool. Photoshop is always massive tool. Now sing it, no, 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 no. Not a fucking globe. No, 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 no. It's not a fucking globe. No, it's not a fucking globe. Not a fucking globe. Not a fucking globe. No, 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 no.
My voice is gone.
What you gonna do about it?
You say I can be. You make me strong.
Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do
How the fly now, baby. Not how you feeling, baby. Telling your lies. Yeah, fly now, baby. No doubt about it. Y'all telling your lies. Y'all just telling your lies.
No one ever hit by comments.
You know it's fly now, baby. We got all it worked out. You're still selling your lies.
Severe flat.
Yeah, I can't live without you, no lies.
What did I find? I found something good.
You
Check this out.
You got me
Earlier, where was that?
You got me rolling.
Getting back on track here.
I only know one rap song.
This one. I checked out Zachary Demon's YouTube. I'm subbed to this person, but I never really checked out the channel.
Shadow Band. Why don't you try Dave Isabella live in Apple or anywhere, man? Morgan Tristram, anywhere, at every place music is sold.
He's famous. He's multi.
There's an album out already.
Quadruple platinum. Quadruple platinum. All right, check this out. This looks cool. I don't know if it's cool. It looks cool. I don't know if it's actually cool.
And I've tried to place most songs that I have. I'll put them in my.
Money.com is a confidence building.
They're available.
So, hello and welcome everybody. In today's episode of the Sacred Wisdom podcast, we are going to talk about the vault lights of Tartaria. Now, what I mean by the vault lights is in London, New York, Paris, or Tokyo, you will notice these vault lights in the pavement or sidewalk.
Yep.
And these are little glass windows, so you can actually get the light and go into the basement. But I would assume after the first mud flood, most of what is now the basement area would have actually been the ground floor. So, and you can see this all over the world in different cities, different locations where the mud flood supposedly happened. And I am joined with the wonderful Stephen Denman again today. So thank you, Steve, for coming. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Zach. I hope all's good with you.
So first of all, Steve, let's talk about these pavement lights and what were they? And in Tartaria, what was the purpose of these vault lights?
Yes.
What we know is that the white cities of Tartaria, where we know that there was a tremendous focus on developing an understanding of the Christ consciousness by the Nordic Tartarians, they would construct vast numbers of their buildings.
Did you hear that, John Keeley?
Yeah.
A higher understanding of the Christ consciousness by the Nordics. The mud flood woke them up to Christ.
Have very deep basement areas or sidewalk to have very deep basement areas. Now, these would have the electrical capacitors in. Sometimes those electrical capacitors.
Let's look. I never seen that one. Where was that? Right here. Look at that, dude. What is the ground level anyway? Where is it? What's going on here? That's an excavator. That thing is. Those are big. So you know this fucking thing is big. Look. Whoa! It just goes down, dude. That one is nuts.
That's definitely
unbelievable.
Yeah, buried somehow.
Those electrical capacitors would be on the ground floor. And obviously, as we've discussed in previous Sacred Wisdom podcasts, the telluric electricity would then be drawn down into these electrical generators in the ground floor or basement area of these stately homes or mansions and so forth. Now, the purpose of having what's become known as pavement lights or vault lights, floor lights or sidewalk prisms in Great Tartaria in northern Russia was so that they could actually transmit some of the electricity that had been absorbed into these electrical capacitors in the basement area of these buildings, so they could then create a multi-colored effect that would help with the healing, the psychological stability, the emotional stability, and therefore the happiness and the contentment of the Nordic Tartarians, especially in the urban areas that we can define as towns and cities across Great Tartaria in northern Russia. We know that these anodolic lighting prisms, as they've become known, were able to literally transmit out in various directions multicolored light and obviously they were designed with different geometric patterns that would have different lighting effects as the electricity was used to illuminate these basement areas. We do not know the exact lighting arrays that the Nordic Tatarians used in the basements of their vast palaces and stately homes and in their healing temples, but we do know there was an interplay between geometric shapes and obviously different lighting arrays or light fittings, all of which were powered by these electrical capacitors drawing down the telluric electricity from the antennae on the roofs of these buildings in Great Tataria.
It does make sense with all the lights, the way you see these pictures, when you see the black and white pictures and the way the lights illuminated out of these buildings, it's certainly a different type of electricity. And it's not the normal type of light. And from what I've looked at, it would seem that sometimes these buildings, the light that they shone, they could even conduct electricity through them. So they could actually even send electricity through this light or whatever frequency this was. So would you say the vault lights, were they used for like a healing purpose?
And the towns and cities of Great Tataria across northern Russia and all the different colonies that existed of Great Tataria in obviously the United States of America, and obviously going down into Latin America and many other locations, it was literally an outdoor sort of biological healing process was taking place with these various pavement lights, vault lights, or we can call them floor lights or sidewalk prisms. We know from that many of the very old woodcuts that have come out of the Russian Federation, and if you do a lot of searches on parts of Google or Yandex and various other search engines, you will find these woodcuts, and you can clearly see what appears to be luminescent rays.
I'm not putting the link out, Bearsworth, because I'm gonna wind it down after this video. So
projecting outwardly from the walls or the base of the walls of many of these different stately homes or palaces in Great Tataria, in northern Russia, and also in other parts of the Asian continent. So we know that they had some kind of subsurface telluric electricity generation going on, and we know that they were using different types of colored glass in terms of the anodolic lighting prisms in the basement areas of these buildings. We also know that it was beneficial to the health of the Nordic Tatarians simply because of the longevity of that civilization, although, you know, we know from Western science that it's never been officially accepted.
I know that you're dying right now. You're jumping out of your seat to come on and explain to us what you know about this vault glass, but do me a favor, write it down on a piece of paper, right, and give it to Nancy in her little shoot there, you know. And I want your full report on vault glass. All right, thanks.
As an authentic civilization, it's just classed as another conspiracy theory.
You had the Edward Rockwell who put a patent in 1837 on the actual vault light, didn't you? And
that's right.
He's an interesting guy. So what about that? What was going on there? Why did he put a patent on that light, for example, on these vault lights, do you think?
We have to understand that with the collapse and the demise of Great Tataria in northern Russia, there was
the song that Morgan played live is actually a recorded song from his band and it's like perfectly good sound and everything. And I don't know, I have a version of it on I should have a version. Yeah, I put it up on my channel. It's
right. I'll do it. Right, this is yours.
Put the link in for them.
Right, this is yours. Right, here it is. Right, here it is.
You got it?
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share. I'm now back around. Here it is. Okay. Here it is.
The Jarl.
Here it is, right. Here it is, right. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here is the potion. I hear 3.
And I don't want to go anymore.
Consistent scientific and technical repurposing going on all around planet Earth. We have to also remember that many of these buildings that had existed in Great Tataria, like within the United States of America and Canada, they had basement areas that would have originally been ground floor areas. So with the billions of tons of silt and gravel and soil that would have infilled and literally destroyed the foundations of many of these buildings that possibly sunk by many feet into the ground and were buried, so the actual ground floor areas were obscured. So in terms of having to rebuild and restructure many of the cities in the United States of America, such as New York City, such as Chicago in the eastern United States, there had to be a whole-scale approach of utilizing space that had originally been used for something else around these buildings. So what is interesting is that this individual named Edward Rockwell, he had what was known as the 8058X Rockwell vault light, and he had that patented with the United States Patent Office, or the USP.
So this is like primitive technology, but it used to give us free light. We used to be able to get free light, dude, like in the basement and the windows underneath with this stuff from the sun. I mean, that's better than what we do now.
On the 8th of March, 1834. Now, he's obviously being designated as the inventor of the Rockwell vault light.
Of course.
And this individual called Edward Rockwell was looking to install these, these pavement lights or these vault lights on the walkways of the streets in New York City. But it wasn't a case that there would be luminescent rays radiating out from the basements from the telluric electricity anymore that was once drawn down from the antennae on these beautiful ornate buildings or edifices in Great Tataria into basement electrical capacitors, and then they would actually power the lighting arrays that would then create the luminescence that would then, in a multicolored way, radiate out into the external areas of these cities. Now what was going to happen was these buildings would be full of individuals. There would be residents or employees that would have to pay for the use of that electricity.
If you've ever tried to play guitar, but your fingers wouldn't cooperate, it's not your fingers' fault. In fact,
and if there was not enough luminescence or it wasn't well lit enough in those basements, the whole purpose of these pavement lights or vault lights was to then obviously, through the process of redirecting the photons of sunlight, being able to literally then illuminate these basement areas that were classed as very dank and very dingy and perhaps very damp.
And it's almost like a reversal, because now you've got the street light shining the light within. And obviously previously, so going back to the inversion, it's like the complete reversal of that is quite incredible.
It's interesting. But it's interesting to note that in Great Tataria, they were using boundless amounts of telluric electricity to then obviously generate the lighting arrays in these basements that would then interact with the multicolored geometric anodolic lighting prisms in their own pavement lights or vault lights. Yet what was happening there, the actual light was radiating outwardly from those buildings.
I find it incredible.
It was then reversed.
Yeah.
When it comes to Edward Rockwell, it was about allowing sunlight, which itself is boundless luminescence in that sense, into these basement areas, presumably, at a time whilst the electrical grid was still being rolled out, it was still in its rudimentary stages back then. And it was preparing these buildings for the time when they would have to pay electricity bills, but many of them probably couldn't afford it at that point. Maybe decades later that would have changed. Again, this is sheer speculation, but those buildings would have needed that sunlight to come in to those basement areas because they were so dank, they weren't fully connected to any electrical grid. And you can see very clearly it was a total reversal that was taking place as to what had existed for many generations across the towns and cities of Great Tataria.
So looking at the whole energy market, it would seem that it's completely been reversed, because it's now it's something that we almost, to have energy in the form of electricity, gas, you know, there's a cost of living to that, like we spoke about many times before. So we've ended up in this kind of quite an imprisoned society where even like a high street, we end up spending money. Can you imagine walking down a high street with all these illuminated lights and beautiful healing fractal patterns, and, you know, people smiling in a joyful state?
That's right.
That would be a different type of Oxford Street, that's for sure.
Well, if you just visualize the white cities of Tartaria, where, you know, they were coated in this bright polychromatic white light that represented the Christ consciousness, and then you've got all these pavement lights or vault lights, the use of these anodolic lighting prisms, the use of geometric shapes within the silicon dioxide or glass blocks that were installed into the polymer concrete, you know, walkways in the various towns and cities of Great Tartaria. You're looking at a different kind of material world, one where spirituality is given consistent emphasis, and in the collective psychology or social psychology of the Nordic Tatarians, because the telluric electricity was free, it was boundless, it was endless, it was always there. There was so much of it. It was similar to fresh water or salt water or saline water. And as we've discussed in a previous Sacred Wisdom podcast, the aspects of piezoelectric charge or current that can come off that, you know, and so it's very interesting. The psychological outlook would have been very different, because there would have been much, almost like an alleviation in the human consciousness of the Nordic Tatarians, where they didn't have to focus on the idea of money or debt banking to pay for electricity. And, you know, so these pavement lights or vault lights that they used, and their versions of these anodolic lighting prisms, you know, was seen as something immensely important, but as just another component towards the continual biological healing and restoration and the maintaining of optimal health of their families, their children. So the Nordic Tatarians then were consistently able to free up a lot of their own time. They had they had work, they had employment, but again, a lot of that was radically different than we perceive work and employment today in the modern period in the Western world.
Well, if we were building to structures that at the core had positive meanings and outcomes, the work wouldn't matter too much actually what type of work we were doing. We wouldn't actually get tired, mentally drained, all these different aspects that people feel with work in today's age. So do you think it all kind of shifted after the first mud flood?
I mean, I think it was the beginning of the end, the first mud flood. It was so destructive. And then it was, and again, we have discussed this before. It wasn't just the first mud flood, the second mud flood, or the third mud flood. We had all the volcanic activity that was going on, the collapse of the farmland, and therefore the different types of agriculture. So they couldn't really grow fruits, vegetables, and cereal crops. So there was major movements and migration of populations from northern Russia into other parts of the Asian continent, obviously into Eastern Europe, Western Europe, so forth. So it was literally a stage by stage, multi-generational demise of a once incredible civilization, really the golden empire of Great Tartaria, northern Russia.
I just want to interject there, Steve, and just say that I recently visited a map shop, and I actually found a map with the Great Tartaria on it. And I asked the guy in the shop about Great Tartaria, and he actually told me his great-grandfather came from Great Tartaria and actually migrated and all this, and explained about the volcanic activity and all this stuff. So, yeah, I just wanted to put that across to the viewers because I thought that was very interesting.
And I think the whole term conspiracy theory when it comes to Great Tartaria in northern Russia and its colonies in the United States of America, Latin America, and everywhere else, and we're discussing in this Sacred Wisdom podcast the pavement lights or the vault lights of Tartaria. And when you look at that and all the different aspects and the components and every different cultural and spiritual facet that define Great Tartaria, it's almost if it's so far removed from the mindset of millions of human beings in the Western world that such a beautiful and elegant civilization that was based on always focusing on the Christ consciousness And that's really what also the actual boundless telluric electricity was about, was doing that, as with the pavement lights and the vault lights, as they can be called, in Great Tartaria. And it's the way everything became so mundane, so despiritualized, so mechanized, so just so disconnected in many ways from the infinite oneness and the infinite nowness of the eternal mind of the universal creator of heaven and earth. It wasn't seen as anything relevant anymore by the vast majority of people. Everything was just, seen as, just as one of those things, a concept, an idea. And
we're actually, at core, when humans enter physical form, we're purely abundant creators. It is only our minds that are intercepted and changed and reshaped to make us believe that we're not abundant. We are constant energy signals sending information out all the time. So
That's
obviously,
right.
and that comes from the mind. So if we're getting told stuff from the media and messages, all these external negative messages, then we pass our abundance to other people, and we allow controllers to then take control of reality. And that's unfortunately what's happened, I feel.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the individual Edward Rockwell, his concept of the pavement lights or vault lights, in New York City and elsewhere, then was superseded on the 19th of September 1854 by another inventor in the United States, a man called Thaddeus Hyatt. Now, he was from the city of Rahway, which is located in the southern Union County, Mids, New Jersey, in the northeastern United States.
Right.
Now, he went down the same route, and he was obviously very interested in actually being the individual that could pronounce that he had invented some type of new pavement lights or vault lights design. And here we have again a layering of this reworking. He wasn't particularly happy with the vault lights of Edward Rockwell, so he again went to the United States Patent and Trademark Office, the USPTO, as it was then called. It obviously changed from its original purpose, and it had expanded. And he instead proposed the idea of using an iron plate that contained small silicon dioxide or glass pieces that were there to really optimize the influx of photon waves or sunlight into these basement areas of these dank buildings in New York City. We've got to remember that hundreds and hundreds of these buildings in New York City, as with Chicago,
Never. All right, getting out of here. All right, I'm getting tired. We're getting out of here. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. You were a great audience tonight. All right, you're the best audience. Morgan, you're awesome. John, I'll call you after.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm ending it. You want to give your final thoughts?
I can barely hear you. Can't hear you right.
I'm ending it. I'll call you after. Call you. All right, cool. All right, I'm taking everybody off. Later. Good night.
What is that supposed to be? Hours later.
You made my mind freeze, and time stands still. No more going down the path, can't climb that hill. That's why I wrote this little rhyme that will cut you like a knife till you find that pill. I was still in the days, for many days within the maze to this pretty dame who I've been engaged for 5 years, 4 months and 20 days. Was until I came back that you went away. Cause when I came back I brought so many pains. You call me psycho, but you and I know I'm plenty sane. I was driving hella hot down the highway to heaven. My life was like a skyscraper on 9/11. Been gifted a Rolex, no time like the present. About to win this whole pop, but then I'll super use it 7. Yeah, 7 views off, shit, motherfucker. I get so oblivious, so insidious. I get so vindictive. Use an idiot running with little kids playing cowboys and Indians. You said you'd be my friend until the end, but in the end you just jump ship. So take all the product that I bought you and rub it on your tits. I'm out of
it like it's hot, then I rock the house. I speak tongue in cheek, you talk cock and mouth. Smoke so much weed, I got cotton mouth. You left me so much speed, I'ma have to cop an ounce. Finish on the floor, cause we fell off the couch, over the counter and off the shelf. We gon' make it rain to stop the drought. I get so oblivious, so insidious, I get so vindictive. Use an idiot, running with little kids, playing cowboys and Indians. You said you'd be my friend until the end, but in the end you just jump ship. So take all the product that I bought you and rub it on your tits. Oh no, there he goes again, he's so oblivious, so impervious to the fact that he's only scribbling riddles in the middle of Leviticus. To this chick he's twittering, say hello to my little friend drizzling. Like a Vietnam movie, you dropped the bomb on me every time you pass the bong to me. It just dawned on me, what an anomaly. Our astronomy, it's a comedy, and synonymously it's a tragedy. And it's so sad to me to see your reaction, bending over backwards just to get back that attraction. I'd be happy with that, but take a stab at the fraction. You was my soon to be, now I'm the just has been. You took advantage, I took you for granted. You could never fathom how bad I've been damaged. I get so oblivious, so insidious, I get so vindictive. Use an idiot, running with little kids, playing cowboys and Indians. You said you'd be my friend until the end, but in the end you just jump ship. So take all the product that I bought you and rub it on your tits. Eating chicken and waffles with this bitch who was awful, man. Getting off a good time. Chopping the potato and off a Rebecca Asco in this nacho line. I was eating steak and pancakes when I made a mistake, and I had to swallow my pride. I put my foot in my mouth and started opening it out to make up for that lost time. Now I'm making up for it. Better late than never. Catch me on the flip side.
I'm missing the string.
Lie to us about everything. Everything's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. They lie to us about everything.
Sorry guys, I'm a little out of breath behind them steps.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Singer's been here my whole life, 50 years.
They lie to us about the shape of Earth. We know it's flat. We know the Earth is flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. They lie to us about 9/11. There was no planes in that attack. That attack. It was attack. It was attack on us. On us. On us, on us. Ooh, 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 ooh. Lie to us on the news every single day. It's all lies, it's all lies, it's all fake, it's all lies, 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 lies. Ooh, 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 ooh. They're lying to you lying to you, lying to you, lying